Dragon.
You're a dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
You're a dragon.
Listen.
Dragon. Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Dragon.
Invoking the dragon.
There was Giscar and Valryon,
Listen.
Dragon.
Vermithrax, Isovius,
Listen.
Arcanine, Raxis,
Dragon.
Listen.
Vega,
Dragon.
and Valerian.
Can't we get along? No, nobody gets along. Everybody sucks.
Dragon.
Not blacks and whites. Every fucking body. I hate everybody and everything about every fucking body.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
You're a dragon.
Listen.
Dragon. Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Dragon.
Invoking the dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Thousand blades.
definition of the word. So I think that Black people should not allow them to again take the word just like they did woke. It has a definition. Like, for example, I have Karen fatigue, right? I do. Genuinely, I cannot stand seeing them crash out in Walmarts and Targets all across America. But somehow we're not, I mean, like, we all have fatigue with the other race, but find your own word. You see how I just made that up? I didn't have to steal something that's within the white community and make it something it's not. So yeah, it's still the original definition for me.
Unbelievable. I will never pay you, YouTube, ever. This is a distraction, but we're gonna have to deal with it.
All right, go ahead, not Miss Pearl, but Pearl.
Thanks for having me, guys. So when I think of Black fatigue, I think that people are kind of sick of Black people's behavior and excuses for the behavior. And I would say some of the behavior is, this is not all Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are some of the things that people are fatigued of. Black people committing more crime, a lack of basic decorum, a lack of good faith, at times a lack of work ethic, basic manners, sexual behavior in public, dressing overly provocative, taking advantage of white people's good nature, gaslighting, attitude. I could give stories where personally this has happened to me at work, in sports, in cities, and in friend groups. Somebody said microaggressions. I don't really know what that means, but I think that's kind of just an excuse for poor behavior. So that's what I would say it is.
Okay. Go ahead, Ella. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
Wow. So far, that was a lot she packed inside of 1 minute. I actually want to go back and listen to that over and over. I want to.
Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are me, guys. So when I think of Black fatigue, I think that people are kind of sick of Black people's behavior and excuses for the behavior.
Let's start with that. Black people's behavior. She's not going to give context and all that right here, but I am. So when it comes to behavior, I mean, everybody sees a bunch of nonsense. But, you know, damn, I hate saying this, but it's not everybody. It just so happens that the image of Black people that's given to the world, or has been for the last 40 years, is not really what the majority of the group is. And they weren't good examples. And I'm talking about sitcoms, movies, everything. And we've had no shortage of athletes and stars embarrass us along the way, a lot of which I think was fake. All right, so there is an issue with behavior, right? But you can see how whites who don't live in the Black community could be swayed in a certain direction by what they see on television and social media, because it just so happens that the worst of us get the most recognition on social media. So even on social media, that's what they see. And human beings are attracted to chaos of all colors, especially people who live in cities.
And I would say some of the behavior is, this is not all Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are some of the things that people are fatigued of. Black people committing more crime, a lack of basic decorum, a lack of good.
All right, let's stop right there. She said Black people committing more crime. Look at the faces. So True is looking like, what the fuck? Philosophical is looking like, oh yeah. The guy Lapeef always has his game face on, always has his poker face on. She's giggling like, what the fuck? Pretty intellectual is. Oh my God, everybody has a face. What did she just say? We go back a little bit.
Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are some of the things that people are fatigued of. Black people committing more crime, a lack of basic decorum, a lack of good faith, at times a lack of work ethic, basic manners, sexual behavior.
Wow, that's a couple things right there. Crime. Okay, so what you're going to always hear when someone says that about us committing more crime, you're going to hear this 10 times out of 10. They're going to say that whites commit more crimes than Blacks. That will come out of any Black person's mouth that's on the panel or having this discussion anywhere in the world. They're going to say whites commit more crimes than Blacks. That might be true. per capita, per family, per square mile. Who knows? Nobody really knows, right? But this is what we do know, and this is why she said that. Violent crime, right? Most of it in America, the vicious, hardcore violent crime committed in America is committed by blacks. That is a fact, and I don't care who doesn't like it. Too bad. Oh, man. That hurt to say, but it is what it is, man. I said it. I've been part of it. So there's no denying it here. But that's what Pearl is talking about. That's what all white people are talking about when they say this. And the news does blow it over, but they have to cover what happens. You go out here and kill, murder, rob, and carjack, and burglarize people's homes and tie them up and all of this. The news is going to report it. And if it's us, it's us. It is what it is. Lack of decorum and work ethic. We've heard those stereotypes. I've seen it before, but, you know, the comeback is going to be not everybody, always. But it's a thing. Come on now. It's lazy people in every group. Let's keep going.
Behavior in public, dressing overly provocative, taking advantage of white people's good nature, gaslighting, attitude. I could give stories where personally this has happened to me at work, in sports, in cities, and in friend groups. Somebody said microaggressions. I don't really know what that means, but I think that's kind of just an excuse for poor behavior. So that's what I would say it is.
Okay. Go ahead, Ella. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
The original definition. I think that what we're witnessing is the fatigue of just ignorant behavior that all races carry. You know what I'm saying? So I think to just coin it as black fatigue, like what do we call what white people do?
There it is. Not even 1 minute into his answer. And it's already what about white people? Same thing with this gender war nonsense on everywhere you look. Every time somebody says, one person says something about the other group, men say something about women, the women say, what about the men? Women say something about the men say, what about the women? Stick to the issue at hand. Don't dance around it. If the show was white fatigue, then we would talk white fatigue. Don't try to flip it. Because if you do, let's say you do flip it and the whole panel jumps on board. And now all of a sudden we're talking about white fatigue. That's not in the title. Why do we do that? Why?
What's the word for that? Would it just be called, hey, we're just tired of ignorance, we're just tired of, or is it white fatigue? Like to me, black fatigue is what it originally means. But it's just funny to hear white people talk about the side effects of what their people have done to people and then talk.
And there it is. 100% of the time. 100. Pearl caused this because she mentioned the crime. And that's what struck a nerve. The whole dumb hit dogs holler bullshit. I hate sayings, but you know. It struck a nerve because that's what the truth does. So what do? We blame it on slavery. And what is the same dumbass comeback for that you're going to hear over and over and over again? Oh, it was 500 years ago. Get over it. It becomes a circle, a dumb fucking circle. A circle does not break. It doesn't let anything in it, and it doesn't let anything out. That's how a circle works. Can't keep fucking doing this.
Talk about, hey, I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, how do our people have been disrespected when we behaved at our best? when you look into history, when people get, you know what happened to us, all the violent atrocities, the redlining, those people wasn't sagging their pants. Those people wasn't rapping gangster lyrics. Those people were going to church. They was conservative. Their pants was buckled up. They was going to church and all that, and they was blowing them shits up. So when I hear white people, the most violent, the most aggressive, the most pillaging people to ever walk the face of this planet, actually call out people who are just showing the side effects of years of mental degradation, social degradation, economic chicanery. You talk. I know you're getting triggered. It's gonna be a long night. Get ready.
No, I'm not triggered. I thought we could go back and forth.
Nobody interrupted you. Get your seatbelt ready. It's gonna be a long night.
Overreact.
By the way, Pearl is triggered, but I would have been too. I'm tired of hearing all that shit, the atrocities and the this and the that over the years. Fuck that. All right. A lot of the bullshit that's happened in the last 100 years or so, there was a lot of nonsense that happened. White folks, you can't deny that. Y'all did a lot of bullshit. I think you were propagandized and was all part of a bigger plan from a bigger, not even about white people, about the elites, people in power that wanted to create a certain situation. I think white people were duped, honestly, because I don't believe the books and I don't believe history, but the panel does and the rest of the fucking world does. So if you believe books and you believe history, when you read the story about the transatlantic slave trade, don't stop there. Keep going back. If you're going to go back in history, keep going back. Don't start history where the white man starts his bullshit. Go all the way back. Go way back to the part where they're in caves, and then go back before that to when Africa by itself, with no white people on the earth, did everything. War, killing, lying, raping, pillaging. If you believe the fucking books, then believe that one too. So, even though they did A, B, and C, so the fuck did you before they ever existed. That is a fucking fact if you believe the books. I don't. I think everybody was propagandized over the last 250 years and pushed into acting this way and given that dumbass slavery story. I don't believe any of it. But here we go.
Yeah, no one look at you. This see, like you can't even help it. You can't even help it. We ain't even get started yet. See, you ain't never. You just get your popcorn ready, baby. But like I was saying, right? Because we got literature. We ain't gonna just talk from just our thoughts. I hope you got some literature on your side, Miss Pearl. Excuse me, Pearl. I hope you got some literature because I'm not gonna just speak from my thoughts, my opinions. I'm gonna quote from literature. So what I'm saying is, I'm tired of ignorance of all races. But to hear white people go out their way to coin to
go out their way, what does that mean? I'd really like to know what that means. Go out of their way. First of all, they invited her there. Remember that. They invited her there. So I want to know how she went out her way. Maybe he's talking about Nick Fuentes or Lily Gaddis. I don't know if they're going out of their way because I looked at both of their content. They are a little. I can see how people could be angry at them. They're a little condescending in their delivery and all that. You can tell they're trying to strike nerves, but they're just not attacking niggas around the clock like they're going out of their way. They see what I see, and they're talking about it. They're just a little condescending when they do it because striking people's nerves will get eyes on you. And this game here, this YouTube game is about getting eyes on you, man. People paying their bills off of this.
Co-sign this when most of black people's issues, whether it be the drug issue, whether it be their issues with relationships, whether it be their issues with economics, whether it be their the hijacking of their arts and the hijacking of putting the negative images as far as music. We don't control media. We don't control the major networks. So for anything Black people to do that we do negatively to be broadcasted to the world has to be funded, co-signed, and endorsed by a European. So to hear these same people talk about the things they've done to these people, and then when they have the nerve to show the side effects of that, say, hey, I don't know what they're talking about, just shows you what we're dealing with. So Black fatigue is no such thing as Black fatigue. It's just the fatigue of just ignorance of American culture, and it's eroding Black people because we've been attached to most of these atrocities the most. So excuse us for the fact that we don't want to talk to you like we used to. We don't want to be as gracious as we used to, because when our parents was and our grandparents was going to church and saying, yes, master, yes, Paul, yes, you would blow their heads off. There was a story of a man, and I'm gonna shut up.
They would blow their heads off. I guess this was just happening everywhere, millions of times. Like this was just a thing, like what we're doing now, like with the knockout game and all that. I really don't know. I wasn't alive then, but I don't know. Nobody's alive right now that lived through the fucking 1910 and 1880 and all that shit. God damn. A lot of this shit is hard to believe, and it's so fucking hard to hear over and over and over again for 50 fucking years. And you would think as human beings, right? Here we are in 2025 with cars that can fly. Children walking around with computers in their pocket, the size of a credit card. That has more function than a spaceship that went to the moon, so supposedly. These are the days we live in, but as people, as human beings, we haven't gotten past this bullshit. If there is a reset coming and our controllers want to get rid of us and bring a new group in, they have a legitimate reason to, because they're sheep. The sheep they wanted to create, I think they've become too sheepish for them to even handle anymore. And pretty soon, society is going to be too stupid to make the gears of society go smoothly anymore. Not that they are now, but things could get much worse. Everybody is getting stupider and stupider. That's funny as hell. I don't know, man. If we can't get over this and stop this same circle of bullshit, I mean, Pearl is as guilty as the rest of them for engaging in this shit, but it is what it is. I hope I can cure Miss Davis of this one day. If she ever lets me jump on her Black fatigue panel, I will give you real Black fatigue. Because Miss Davis, all you have is a black bruise. You don't really know what Black fatigue is. And I would tell you. Let me keep going.
There's a story of a man, I forgot his name, but there was a story. There was a I could tell you about what happened in my job today, but there was a story of a man. I think his name was Booker. I forgot his last name. This was in the 50s, not that long ago. So let's not act like history don't matter, because we celebrate 4th of July every year. We celebrate past the Civil War and 7 years ago, Ulysses Grant, all these old forefathers.
Here we go, the same old sonnet of bullshit, the rundown of all the evil holidays. And I want that shit to go away. I'm on his side now. I want all that bullshit to go away. 4th of July. And you know what? Even if they did get rid of it, in 100 years, you would still hear niggas on panels saying, oh, y'all used to have 4th of July 100 years ago and da-da-da-da-da. We'll never evolve. Maybe they need to get rid of us and bring a new group in.
Acknowledge him every year. So the history means a whole lot to this country. He worked at a restaurant for white people. And he said, hey, I try to do my best. I be nice. They call me the N-word. They talk to me crazy. I'm just trying to take care of my family. I'm trying to take care of my kids. At nighttime, I got my own restaurant, and now I work it myself. So this man works for white people in the daytime in Mississippi, and at nighttime, he works at his own restaurant. So at that time, Black people, we don't have, even now, but in the 50s, you think, who owns cameras? Who owns media networks? So we don't. So even the people who interviewed him was white. But guess what happened to that man? They killed him days later, just because he had the nerve to tell white people who asked him, well, how white people do just let him get killed by white people. So I don't want to hear no white
That is a horrible story. And if it's true, those racist crackers were evil demons and deserve to be burned alive. However, he said the 1950s, we're talking 80. Today is what matters. What happened yesterday, it might matter a little bit. Not so much to me. I mean, I think history is dangerous. I think it dictates how people are going to act, depending on which history they read. It should all go away and we should start from new because this disease will never go away. Ever. I'm not talking about the black fatigue disease either. I'm talking about this racism shit. Where we even have these discussions like this. The shit is painful. Every fucking time I hear it, man. Niggas and white people are not going anywhere. We're all trapped here. It might be time to shut the fuck up. Not entirely mad at this brother though, man, because look, propaganda is propaganda and it's going to make people upset. So he's going off what he thinks he knows. You can't be mad at him. But I am tired of hearing this shit.
Black person talk about black fatigue. Now, if you want to talk about the degradation of America, you want to talk about the lack of literacy in youth, you want to talk about just drugs in general, just immoral culture of Western culture, I'm all for that. But don't blame it on black people because we're only doing what was done to us.
All right, Per, you want to respond?
We're doing what was done
Yeah, I had
to
a
us?
question. How does this work? Am I able, when they're talking, can we go back and forth like a conversation, or that's not allowed here? I'm okay with either. I just wasn't positive.
I mean, if you want to interject and if the person allows it, then that's fine. But if they say let me finish, then just allow them to finish. Then I'll just come back to you so you can respond.
Yeah, because you was doing every person. Like everybody went their turn. He went in row. We could see the panels. He went one by one. It was my turn.
Yeah. So
Philosophical is a little upset right now. A nerve has been struck, and you can see it. His heart rate is up right now.
again, I would say even in that interaction, I was very polite to you, where you automatically assumed the worst. So that kind of
What did I assume?
reiterates what I was talking about. The
What did I assume?
next argument, I'm going.
And now that the rules been set, now he wants to jump in. Before she could even get to her context, his spark has been lit. I don't know if it can be put out.
Going to go through, so I'm gonna,
No, but what did I assume?
I'm gonna keep going. That's gonna
Oh,
be
you never answered.
gaslighting
Okay.
right there. So gaslight, pretend you weren't doing what you did, which is totally fine. I'm a big girl, I can handle it. But
No,
this
you
is
can't.
an example of the black
Here we
fatigue.
go.
Then you're saying you're blaming it on history. I just think goes back to white people are kind of tired of hearing excuses.
Uh-oh.
Of course you are.
Yeah, and it just
Of course you are. But why wouldn't you be proud of it?
as an
Of course you are.
adult, you are responsible for your own behavior. So if you do something rude, or if you commit a crime, you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible for it.
Absolutely. But that's not a black crime. It's not a black
Black
issue.
people commit more crime.
All right. So the way Pearl's tone goes up and down, right? The tone. We're talking octaves. That delivery can come off to blacks as condescension. It's a common thing when whites are talking amongst each other about anything. It's the way they get down, kind of like our slang. I don't know if you understand what I mean, because I'm around a lot of them and I see how they talk to each other. I think that rubbed them the wrong way. That's why you hear a couple people, interrupting. And she's also saying things that are kind of true, which nobody likes to hear the truth about themselves. Nobody, not even me. But man, you can see where this got tense. I love it.
did, which is totally fine. I'm a big girl, I can handle it. But
No, you can't.
Look at all the
Love the
faces
black
he's making, and
fatigue.
everybody's.
Then you're saying
She's
you're
doing
blaming it
the
on
cutthroat.
history. I just think goes back to white people are kind of tired of hearing excuses.
Of course you are.
Yeah, and it just
Of course you are. But why wouldn't you be tired of it?
as an
Of course you are.
adult, you are responsible for your own behavior. So if you do something rude, or if you commit a crime, you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible for it.
Absolutely. But that's not a black crime. It's not a black
White
issue.
people commit more crime in this country than black people. So let's.
Earlier in this video, I went over. I told you someone was going to say that. I knew it. But they're not going around. Never mind. I'm not even gonna get into it.
Let's if we're gonna speak facts, let's really stop talk statistics and stop just saying out anything, because like Illa said, you're just
Black men are
you're
20
not
times more
really
Now,
spewing
Pearl's
out
doing
any
it.
facts.
Black men are
Because
20
over 50%. No, let me
Black
speak.
men are 20
Over-
times more
over-
violent than white men.
That's what I'm saying. You're
Over
showing.
50%
What
Hold
we're trying.
on.
I mean, she said
Hold
all
on.
the interruptions.
Hold on.
She should have started
Hold on.
interrupting people because we
Hold
weren't
on.
interrupting nobody. But
Okay.
you want to.
Now, philosophical, you're lying. When Pearl tried to jump in, you shut her down and she stopped. As soon as she started talking, you started interrupting her. And other people chimed in and start interrupting her. I'm watching the video. I'm going to say what's real, man. Y'all interrupted her. And I get it. I understand how these things go. But y'all out of pocket right now.
Interrupt. So now you falling off the floor of the floor, which is what they do in real life. Go off the floor.
What they do.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
She throwing up racist
Hold on.
talking points.
Hold on. Let's just do one at a time. Okay, I got the timer. We'll do 3 minutes and 50-second timer. Go ahead, let Pearl finish. Getting back to Illa. Illa just remain on silent until she finishes. Go ahead, Pearl. You're on mute. Let me take you off.
Felonies. 51% of arrests for murder in 2019 were black. Black women are 7% of the population, 39% of abortions. Felony conviction rate for black individuals is 61%. Black people are 13% of the population, but are incarcerated 38% of the time. 48% of black adults are obese. 54% of black women are obese. 1 in 4 black children born in 1990 had an imprisoned parent by age 14.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you want facts, there are some facts. Go ahead.
All right, I don't like that shit either because I get it. Pearl wanted to do some research and come prepared. I don't believe those stats entirely. I don't believe them. I don't like the way they gather them, and they're disingenuous about it. Especially these democratic cities, the way they report crimes. There's a lot of bullshit into that I'm not going to get into because I don't want to turn this into a politics thing. But stats are not trustworthy. I think the stats are worse than what the internet has to offer. I think they're worse. And I'm talking everything. And everybody knows what's going on. Nobody's stupid anymore. I've seen 1,000 political debates. All these people on this channel that you see now been involved in them. Hundreds of them. They all know better, man. They all know better. But can you trust them? No. Black people being 38% of the prison population. What does that stat mean to me? That stat doesn't mean shit. Because I've been to prison. I've been in about 11, 12 different jails. And every jail I was in, most of the people were black there. Now, why do the numbers come out that way? Where we're 38% of the prison population, but when I go to prison, we're like 80 or maybe 60 if you want to separate Spanish and black. Because we like to do that whenever it's comfortable, whenever it fits the narrative. We include them when we want to, right? So let's exclude them to be safe. I didn't see 38%. I saw a whole lot more. But the reason why that number probably comes up is because there are white towns all over America, and they greatly outnumber us. And they got prisons literally where there's white guys doing time and there's barely any black people at all because there's barely any black people in that area, period. And then you also have areas where there are some white areas where it's black people doing time in there because they're the ones that came in and did all the crimes. That is a real thing. So I think there are more white people in prison. But the state and federal penitentiaries near these major cities where most of us live, in those facilities, you're going to see us. And that is a fact. I hate that, but it's true. I don't think Pearl knows that.
I would like to know, how do you quantify black men being more violent? I think that there's statistics, but how do you go and measure that? Like, without just the numbers, how do we go through our daily lives and observing just reality that black men, just by default, just by being black, are more violent than all other males walking around? How do we quantify that?
I would say, number one, the data reflects it. And also my real lived experience. I would say that is what I have seen in real life. So
Philosophical just rolled his eyes hard. This is what everybody was riding him for. Everybody was roasting him for that. I mean, when you say certain things, man, you could see the emotions. Your face can't hide them sometimes.
Other males walking around. How do we quantify that?
I would say, number one, the data reflects it. And also my real lived experience. I would say that is what I have seen in real life. So
I haven't seen a black man be violent in my years of experience. So what are we talking about?
Now I'm mad. Now I'm angry. Aisha, oh man, you're so cute. You know you're lying. You know that. You know that's not. There's no. Let's say she grew up in a nice neighborhood and never saw a fight, went to a private school and, wasn't around any riffraff. There are people like that. Very few, but let's say she grew up that way. To say that you've never seen a black man be violent is a lie. Social media is 20-something years old now. You have seen thousands of black men be violent. Extremely violent. You're a liar. You said that in your tone, in the way you said it as if to say it literally never happened because you didn't see it. That's crazy for that to be a comeback against that point. That's nuts. That's emotional.
Okay.
It's 43 million black Americans that live here. So your statistics are flawed, like all of the rest of YT statistics.
How are they flawed?
Because statistically, black men are not more violent than white men. That's just not a stated fact.
They're 20.
I don't even know who's more violent, white dudes or black dudes. Because white boys fight all the time. And there's more of them. Who knows? We're not living in white neighborhoods all over. Like, I don't live everywhere. I don't know what's going on where I don't live. Fights aren't reported on the news. But if we're talking machine guns, broad daylight, come on, that's us. That's us, man. If we're talking about race versus race, right? White people get attacked by black people in every major city every day. Every single day. Every day.
No. That's just not a stated fact.
Where are your facts?
They literally colonized an entire civilization. White men are
there goes the history again.
Inherently.
Right?
That's why we have all of this school stuff going on.
You know what? I'm gonna give her this. She has a point. Because I'm gonna tell you something. White people, you're not getting off clean here today. I got black fatigue a little bit too, but goddamn. Y'all some violent motherfuckers. And I'm going to tell you why. Y'all may not be out here pulling out machine guns on each other like these tatted up hood niggas and all that, and pulling up because of the internet over the internet. But hunting, let's talk about that. Let's be real. Come on now. Come on, let's be real. Violence is violence. Hunting is a big deal with white folks. I worked for a guy. He was loaded. Lived on the top floor of a condo, the riverfront in Philadelphia. And he had the heads of animals from Africa all over his house. He had high ceilings. They were over top his kitchen. They were all around his living room, his bedroom, even his basement, which he showed me. And by the way, had enough weapons. He had enough weapons in his basement to take an entire platoon to war by himself. And I'm not exaggerating at all. He had several gun cabinets. He had parts of his wall that were dug out and encased in glass with weapons behind that. Crossbows like I've never seen. Small, medium, large, vertical, horizontal. Man, listen. I don't know. Maybe the white man does have a propensity for violence. I think humankind is violent, period. Babies rumble in the crib. Twins do it. So, I don't know. But y'all not getting off the hook on this one. Hunting is something I just can't wrap my mind around. Going around killing shit for nothing. You ain't hungry. We got a whole industry where we wear animals and shit. Leather and mink and our car seats. It's all over the place, man. But, you know, the white man, it might be his idea, but everyone alive is participating in it. Shit, there's niggas on this panel right now got leather on. So who's more violent than who? That's up in the air. All right, I had my fun. Let's get back.
We're not doing that.
Do you feel safer in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood?
I feel more safer in a black neighborhood.
Oh,
That's why I don't feel safer like I'm here right now. I'm afraid.
You know what? I'm going to say something about that. That is situational. There are white neighborhoods that I would never go to. Right here in New Jersey and right here in Pennsylvania. The hood, as dangerous as it is, I don't feel the same fear when I'm in the hood. When I'm in the hood, it's more like concern because I know something could go down, right? When you're in a sundown town, a real one, and I've been to them. I've been to a Klan rally myself. When you're in a real sundown town, it's a different kind of feeling. It's like you don't know what the fuck anybody is thinking when they're looking at you. Or what they're plotting after you ride by and your tags have been seen and all that. But that's a real thing. I'll give you that.
Because it's because of the white fatigue. Because to answer JR's question, I believe that black fatigue is the original answer. And I believe that they try to flip it, just like they try to crowbar their way into using the N-word by trying to tell people that that's okay because they now want to say it. No, it's for us and it's by us. Y'all can't say that either. And y'all can't try to hijack a term that the professor wrote a book about it. You know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show the.
Wait a minute. She said they hijacked the term. Well, was there a thing called white fatigue before? I never heard of that. Let me look it up real quick. White fatigue. That might have been something my mother and them had. Who knows? Incredible. White fatigue is a real thing. So, shit. Let me share it. I did not know. How did I not know this? There it is. A definition. Unbelievable. White fatigue refers to the exhaustion and resistance that white individuals may experience when engaging in discussion and actions related to racism and social justice. So that's I see what she's saying. Now that makes sense. So what they're calling black fatigue right now was called white fatigue before. There's no dates. Let me read more. I don't see any dates or anything to say when this started, but whatever.
Colonizer mindset that you guys have in your
everybody, all white people don't have this colonizer mindset. This shit is given to them as they progress in life and learn. All this shit is picked up from bullshit conversations and television programs, and you're not even free as a child from this mess. You have no chance of growing up to become a half decent human being because bullshit is going to be poured into your brain from the day you're born. And I think there are white people like this, but I think they're propagandized. These feelings were given to them.
Brain. It's literally disgusting. And it's sickening, right? It's like almost like a mental illness to me because there is no way.
I agree, it is.
Y'all just really came in and hijacked this term in an effort to humiliate or talk down on black people. When you pull up those statistics, do you know that black people patent over 50,000 inventions in this country? Do you know that we built institutions? We actually built this country from scratch.
No, you
so
didn't.
when you bringing up statistics,
What institution did you
know
let her finish talking.
We know our history. We know who we are. We know our history, and we know we've been here, and we still here. Like 47% of Black Americans live in the middle class. So
Yo, do you know some of these patents she's talking about? I do.
Yeah, of course we do. It's thousands of them. But, you
Name
know,
some that I might not know.
All right, but like the way that they worded that definition was like almost like in defense of white people. Like, you know, it's something that white people experience when discussing racial issues.
Yeah.
In all actuality, it's just the world is tired of what white people do to everybody else. That's white fatigue. Because in the same sense, they saying that black fatigue is the world being tired of what black people do to the world. So white fatigue is the original fatigue because they the first motherfuckers to go around robbing and stealing and killing and pillaging and, you know, all of that shit. You know,
Nobody ever coined that phrase though, did they?
I don't know, but
because on this definition right here, it's saying like it's the same thing as black fatigue. Like they just started off as white.
It's almost impossible for white people to have white fatigue. You know what I'm saying? Because you know,
that ain't what it's saying. That ain't what it's saying.
No, but I'm saying for us to have a concept of black fatigue, for like white people to say that they tired of black people, you ain't that tired of them. You know what I'm saying? Because you indulge in all of their culture, you make billions off of them in sports and entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you was really like you would be done with them. Like, you know what? I don't want y'all to be doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to.
Yo, I got a question about that anyway, though, because you said something about how they use us for sports to make millions and all that, right? So you can go.
No, I'm not saying that they use us for sports, you know, which is a good analogy. But what I'm saying is that they can't be that tired of us, quote unquote, because they're making millions of dollars off of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, in multiple areas. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even like it's just one area. It's multiple areas.
Look, people like Sammy Davis Jr. and Muhammad Ali and even James Brown, a lot of people, it's a long laundry list of people 50 years ago made statements, huge statements publicly on talk shows about how whites were using blacks in the entertainment industry and in sports. They literally have these interviews and you can find them on YouTube. Like when I was 5 years old. Huh?
Yeah, we can definitely see that.
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm saying that though. So even back then, right? Even though I heard all of that, right? I still played ball and trained hard as shit every day to get to the NBA and sign up for that. And a lot of niggas around me were doing the same thing. Now you fast forward 50 fucking years. Niggas are still volunteering for this. That's like, even mice sniff around the track, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to admit, even though that might be the case, we could have shut this down at any time we wanted to in history. We could do it tomorrow, but that's not going to happen. And everybody knows that. So,
and vice versa.
It's kind of dumb to complain about some shit and then sign up for it over and over and over. And I'm talking yesterday and tomorrow. Everybody's going to go out and buy white designers' clothes, right? And this shit is so fucking hypocritical. It's ridiculous.
I mean, on both sides, because
both sides. But it's time to shut the fuck up. That's what this show is about.
They have black fatigue, but you're gonna go out and indulge in black culture. You're gonna listen to black music. You're gonna cheer for black athletes. So it's hypocrisy both ways.
And one thing you can't forget is there's two sides to this argument right here. Some people say that, well, these niggas, LeBron James wouldn't be shit and Oprah wouldn't be shit if white people didn't watch them. Then there's the other side of that argument. That white people are funding their bullshit. But who knows what whose intention is when they're in line buying a fucking ticket or when they order cable and want to watch Oprah. You don't know that person's intention. And that's what everybody do. That's why they start some of these sentences. They this. They trying to do this. They think that. There's no way to know. Some shit is obvious. I mean, come on. But these motherfuckers go too far. They try to tell you what's in people's brains and shit. That shit is not okay, man. This conversation, we both know that we're not going to live to see this go away. Right? But goddamn it, I got a voice like the rest of these motherfuckers, and I hate this shit. I wouldn't give a fuck if they all died. Everybody talking about this shit. I wouldn't give a fuck if they all dropped dead tomorrow. The world would be 150% better, literally overnight. But we gonna go in. Fuck that. We play some more of this shit.
That little small degenerate class of people that you like to brag about and y'all like to put on the forefront, we don't like them either. They get shunned by us too. So this whole concept of black fatigue doesn't really exist.
Yes,
like Illa said, it doesn't exist. That's just a people fatigue.
You can't tell people how to. You can't
crime. Tell them like any of those things. So
you can't tell people.
Hold on.
We live under a system right now. We live under a system of white supremacy. That's not gonna change today.
Yo, the homie down here in the left-hand corner with the blue sweater on, philosophical, he cool as hell, but he is super woke, dog. Sonnetter woke. So he on that type of tip. That's why he keep getting agitated and doing all kind of shit with his hands and his neck and his eyes, and every time Pearl is talking. And just so you know, I don't think Pearl Davis is racist. She had a bunch of black people working for her at one time, and she explains all that. But Pearl, in her delivery, right, no matter what she's talking about, politics, women, she basically is like a red pill content creator. She talks about women a lot, right? But the black issue comes up once in a blue. Her delivery is always has a tint of condescension to it. You see what I'm saying? I think it's just what she likes to do to get a rise out of people. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's like Howard Sternish. You know what I'm saying? But this girl don't hate no fucking body, man. They're not trying to make it seem out like she's a Klan member or some shit. Like she just goes around looking for bullshit with black people. And this is the everybody made videos about her after this show. Whole black YouTube tore her ass up.
It's not going to change tomorrow. Currently in 2025, Black people live under a system of white supremacy. So to sit on this panel, Pearl, and be disingenuous and act like that doesn't exist, you lying. You lying.
God damn these commercials. I will never pay. She called her a liar and shit, man.
Well, you
All
don't
right.
have to.
Let me go to get these other folks in before we go ahead and start this debate. Amir, I'm coming to you next with the same question. What does black fatigue mean to you?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I just want to be honest. Like, every single time that we have this type of conversation, I can't speak honestly. I can't, because every time I speak,
Yo, listen carefully to what this chick says, yo. A lot of white people feel like this, man. Just listen to what she said.
every single time that we have this type of conversation, I can't speak honestly. I can't, because every time I speak, I get told to shut up. I'm not Black. I don't understand why they do the things that they do. If I speak on my observations, I'm seen as hateful. If I speak on pattern recognition, I'm seen as hateful or racist. I don't think that this is a proper panel for me to speak on those options, on those topics. I would love to, but every time that I want to bring out a problem or an issue, it turns into something that is not fruitful.
Yo, she's scared to offend anybody, man. She wants to say something about the shit. And keep in mind,
Well, saying something, you have to realize that saying something is offensive. It's just like a family argument. If you at somebody's house and they, having a family discrepancy and you trying to weigh in, they're going to tell you to shut the fuck up. It don't matter what you have to say.
that's the truth.
Say nothing.
But you know what? Here's the thing. Here's what bothers me. This show right here is titled Black Fatigue, and they invited them there. What did they do? Invite them there to just sit there and shut up and take a beating for a couple hours? They're going to say something. You invited them there. And this chick is scared because she's watching what they're doing to Pearl. Now, Pearl, I said earlier, Pearl thinks she has black fatigue. She doesn't. She has a black bruise. The only people in the world who have black fatigue are black people that are tired of niggas because we live around them every day. We have the real black fatigue. And that's what I'm going to go on her show and tell her about. I got some chronicles for her. Because she don't know what she knows what she's talking about, but she don't have the real. And that's the way they were going at Pearl is the reason why Amira is scared to talk. Amra, whatever her name is. And that's fucked up. But welcome to the world.
I didn't know what the topic was before I came on, JR. I'm sorry.
Oh, you should have looked.
Yeah, but you can speak on it.
No, we did this last time.
We made it
last time. No, I mean, we did this last time. I mean, I can't. I mean, I don't even want to speak on it because
I would like to know. I would like to know what would you say is one of the problems that you observe, Amira? If you're saying there's a problem.
True, you weren't here the last time, or maybe you were. We talked about it briefly, and all I did was speak about what we see. And then as soon as I spoke about things that I see, it was like,
yo, what do you think about that? Because I'm not even kidding you. I've watched dozens of these debates about black versus white, and every white person always says that we only speaking on what we see. What do you think about that? What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's a problem because you're not qualified to talk about a complex situation. You can only speak on what you see. That's it. So therefore, if you're really trying to get to the root cause of the problem, then you need to know what's going on behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Like those white people that do research and they come with research the same way that a brother or sister would. They are in a better position to speak than somebody who's just trying to weigh in on something that they see. You you don't have enough information to say anything. You know what I'm saying? Because
when they say what they're going off what they see, right? What do they mean by what they see? Do you know what they're talking about? Because they don't like the ones that say a lot of the ones that say what they see.
Oh yeah, and
they don't live in a black neighborhood. So I'm assuming that they're saying what they see on the news. Now,
right.
If you live in a major, if you live in a major city, right, in America, if you live in a major metropolis, and you see on the news black people killing people every day, fucking white people up every day, that is not CGI.
That's the
That
news.
is, they're going off what they. That's what they're talking about. So what?
That's the contrived news, and that's what I'm saying.
What does that mean? Contrived news.
The fabricated, hand-picked news that they do to attack black people. Like, all right, like we got brothers and sisters doing great things every day, but they're not going to put that on the news.
How much you want to bet? Our news does it every day.
Hold on. Just like how we know that these motherfuckers, they will, when they going into a fire or something happened in the neighborhood, they're gonna find the most silly looking black person to go interview.
That's a fact. That's a fucking fact.
So they constantly attacking us by imagery. They put negative images of us on TV to portray a certain thing about us, so that white people and everybody else can say, "Well, I'm only going off what I see." Yeah, and what you see is perfectly done. It's weaponized to make us look bad. They're not going to promote the good things about us to give people a fair scope of how we are. No, they just promote the niggerdom and the bullshit.
Here's the real truth about that, though.
And they send that all over the world.
Right. Here's the real truth about that, though. At least in Philadelphia, I watch a lot of Detroit and Chicago news too, and Atlanta. That's not actually true, because actually on a lot of news segments, especially in the morning, there is always a segment on some black person that's doing something positive somewhere in the community.
Right.
Always. Black
person.
people and white people are cherry picking. Black people and white people are only noticing the breaking stories when the news first comes on, and it starts off with mass shooting, and then 10 minutes later, after you've been kind of bored with it, that's when the little 9-year-old so-and-so started her own foundation, or this guy started this company. Look what this woman's doing in the community. Here's a 90-year-old woman that does blah, blah, blah for children. It's always a segment like that. Always. So to say, wait a minute, hang on. I'm in the middle of hold up. Because to say that they don't show up positive side of us, it just ain't real.
That they don't, like, and it's like, that's a weak thing.
That means I just lied.
Like that
means I just lied.
And look, let me finish. Like, I'm not saying that you lied, but I'm saying that's a weak thing to present, because when you think of the percentage that's maybe 1% of overall imagery that they put out in the world. 1% of it is positive. The other 99% is bullshit, and they market that and sell it all over the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, case in point with the music. They go get the most ignorant niggas that they can find to make music. They don't push. It's a whole bunch of conscious rappers and educational rappers and positive rappers. They don't promote that shit. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you look is these motherfuckers is attacking us through imagery, and because people are not aware of it, they're not even qualified to speak on these things. That's the problem. We got too many people who want to open their mouth about things that are not even well studied and not qualified to even have a full scope of what's going on.
Well, why do these niggas keep signing up for this though? Like, who's against who? If it's them against, hold on. If it's them against us, right? They're attacking us, right? How do they why are they always able to find millions of niggas to do the dirt for them?
Because they destabilize the fucking neighborhood. Even just like with the Democratic Party, that is predicated on keeping black people fucked up. So when motherfuckers is fucked up and they always need a handout, there's always somebody there that can exploit them and say, hey, I'll give you $100,000 if you go do this bullshit. The same way that there's a girl out there who don't want to sell pussy, but it's somebody out there that's gonna stick money in her face, and she need that money, and she gonna sell pussy. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's people being exploited. The conditions don't change for us to not want to be exploited. You know, just like case in point here, we got one of the lowest minimum wages in the city. So when they tell people, oh, why don't you just go get a job? It's like, yo, all right, if I'm moving and shaking on the street, making hundreds of dollars a day, you want me to stop doing that to go get a job that you say I should have, and where I'm making $80 a day, and that's gonna be taxed. Like it's unrealistic. It's like, well, if you want people to stop doing stuff like that, then here's an idea: raise the minimum wage. Make it so like how back in the day when people had one job and could take care of their whole family. But when you got people that got to be cutting moves on the side, and you know, weighing out their options of whether I should even have a job or just keep hustling, that's the problem in and of itself. You know, and these are the things that we normalize. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but all you got to do is do what millions of black people did and just follow follow the rules. Go to school, get a job, and play the game, and you'll have a half decent life. And look, what?
But when you say that, where are the millions of successful black people that that you're talking about? Because when we look at the statistics, we got millions of people in poverty.
I don't fuck with them statistics. I don't fuck with them.
We ain't but so much of the overall population. So
no, those statistics are all lies. Fuck poverty. I don't care what that bullshit said. More than half of those people that are poverty statistics, they ain't poor at all. They're just a bunch of motherfuckers with flat screen TVs and Cadillac trucks and Jordans. They're liars. They're fucking liars.
You might not put the statistics, but you can go to any neighborhood. You can go to any neighborhood in this country, and you can drive down the same street and drive from the white neighborhood to the black neighborhood, and you will see how dystopic and fucked up it gets by the time you get to the black neighborhood. You don't need statistics or numbers to see that. It's everywhere.
Yo, there's something in place, right? There's something in place where you can get around all that bullshit, and everybody knows it. Everyone alive knows it. There's no fucking secret. We were all told over 50 years ago by people like Muhammad Ali, Sammy Davis Jr., and Jim Brown and others. They were telling us exactly what not the fuck to do. And the proof is you got niggas everywhere, all over America, millionaires, thousands and thousands of them that could fix the whole hood in America in a fucking year. 1 year they could do it. I know so many rich.
But it won't. But it's not.
Mathematically, something is off.
We got whole cities that have been drowned and turned into highways and shit like that. So you motherfuckers getting themselves together, building themselves up, starting programs, then magically they get hit with disease and drugs and all kind of bullshit to keep them fucked up. So we for some reason, it's like we insist on ignoring the predicated malevolence bullshit.
What if we didn't ignore it and paid attention to it? Then what would we do? Stop right there. Hold up. Wait a minute. Stop right there. You said we keep ignoring it, right? So what if we paid attention to it? Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm asking a question. So what if we don't ignore it? Now everyone pays attention to it. What do we do next?
You listen. Let me finish my statement before you start asking me questions. Because
I had to jump in.
if you let me finish my statement,
all right, I'll write it down.
The question might be answered. You know what I'm saying?
I'll write it down.
But it's like when we ignore this reality that somebody is ensuring that we stay fucked up. Somebody is keep feeding us bullshit. Somebody is keep poisoning us. They keep fucking our communities up. They keep feeding us garbage. They keep brainwashing our children. We see it, and it's like we act like we speak about it. We like, yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, we know they do this. We know they do that. But when we factor in what's wrong in our communities or how we can get better, if for some reason we want to turn a blind eye to the elephant in the room, yeah, you can go to work. There's millions of black people that go to work, but how come just simply going to work, like how dismissive people say, how come that's not work? That's not working for the average American, no matter if you black, white, or whatever. I just explained that. So you got motherfuckers that have a job, right? Like how people tell you to do, but they still cutting moves. They gotta get a side hustle. They gotta try and figure some shit out. Right now, you got families who normalize their children not doing better than them, when that's always been the mission statement. My children are supposed to do better than me. Now you got motherfuckers who can't even move out the house because they can't get a fucking good job. Back in the day, a motherfucker had a job, they take care of their whole family. So when we ignore this problem that every person living here shares, and we look at the black community and say, well, how come they fucked up? You know why they fucked up. The same reason why you got to get an extra job, the same reason why you got to hustle on the side, the same reason why motherfuckers is trampling people at Black Friday shopping or and doing and selling pussy and all that shit. It's the same reason. The wages ain't right.
Watch this. Oh, I got you. Watch this. Because I fuck with maths. I fuck with math.
And that's reality.
You said the average American is suffering regardless, right? So we are the minor minority in America. We're the smallest group. The only people smaller than us is midgets and gay. Most of the people here are white. The average American is being hurt by this system. How in the fuck could it possibly be a black thing when there are 10 times as many whites suffering here?
Exactly. So that's why it's like, well,
no, it's how is it a black thing?
Because they keep framing motherfuckers. That's a good question. How is it a black thing? When people talk about black fatigue, because all right, they tired of black people going in the store and stealing and shit. So when white people go and steal, when everybody else steal, when you got corporate theft and shit like that, nobody bats an eye about that. That shit's cool. But when black people steal, it's a problem.
You know I was in federal prison, right?
But when the government steals billions of dollars from you, you don't think nothing about that. When they tax you,
yo, you know I was in federal prison, right?
Huh?
You know I was in Fed jail, right?
Yeah, but
you know what most of the people there were? White thieves. When white people steal, they go to jail.
White people lead the list in theft. They're the world. They lead the world. They have the world record in theft.
And when they go to jail, they get caught.
But
they go to jail.
Listen, a couple of years ago, you had lawyers do the knee in the courtroom, and they said all of them said that they would rather be a white defendant going to court than a black one. So brothers getting sent to jail way more than white people. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true. That's gonna always be a lie. Always, forever.
Well, then
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who says it. It's gonna always be a lie.
Well, you operating off of bias.
No, I'm operating off of being in the system my whole life. I know how it goes. If you got money, you're coming home. Period.
Every day.
It's money. If you got money, you coming home. The reason why niggas be in jail because they don't have money to defend themselves.
They're lawyers. They work in the courtroom. So they work in the courtroom every day. So based upon what they see every day, they said they'd rather be a white defendant than a black defendant. You can't argue that. You don't go to court.
I would too. I don't disagree with them at all.
You don't
disagree with them at all, fam. I would rather be a white defendant because I know how it goes. White boys gonna have better backing. He's gonna have money for a lawyer, and that's why those numbers are the way they are. There is no way to debunk that. It's mathematics every time. Law goes by numbers. Law goes by numbers.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. You would have to monitor thousands of cases to even be able to be in a conversation with lawyers who's saying that they'd rather be a white defendant than a black defendant.
Everybody would rather be a white defendant. So you know your odds are better.
All right. Why is that then?
Because of money. The white motherfucker is way more likely to have money for defense. I used white people to keep my freedom 3 times. Had a white judge, white prosecutor, white lawyer. Came home. Everybody knew I was guilty. Everybody. It's about money. It ain't about color. These lawyers don't give a fuck.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
Will never be.
You know what I'm saying? that's what really what black fatigue truly is something for black people where they tired of being black. They tired of being fucked over in a system that is obviously against them. So
it's against everybody though. We keep over. You said something earlier about ignoring shit, right?
But look, listen,
I got it written down. You said we be ignoring shit.
Listen.
Against 10 times as many white people.
Listen, you yelling. Like you have black fatigue that goes all the way back to pass for white. So you have brothers and sisters who would sleep with some white people or somebody who lighter skin, so they can have children that pass for white, or they give their children white people names, so they don't have to deal with the struggles and woes of the average black person. That's what black fatigue truly is. But we let just like the sister was saying, we let somebody lift it and flip it and bounce it and make it say, "Oh, I'm tired of black people." Well, all right, if you tired of black people, then why you ain't tired of paying bills? You don't pay bills to black people. When the motherfucker said you can't come outside and mandated you to stay in the house, no black people was involved in that. You know what I'm saying? When you find out, oh, it's poison in your food, it's unnecessary ingredients that's giving you cancer and all that kind of shit. No black people was involved in that. So how you don't have government fatigue? How you don't have corrupt system fatigue, but you got black fatigue? See, what people really have is they have displacement. They're suffering from a developmental illness called displacement, and they practice displaced anger on low-hanging fruit. That's
those other fatigues you talk about. Why did you say that those people don't have those?
Why is that not a topic? Well,
what if their channel is literally just about all of that?
For you to say that, you did not even register nothing that I just said.
No, that's not true.
Because I just explained that. So it's like you asking me to say something.
No.
Explained it.
Black fatigue is a real thing, yo.
Yeah, I just explained it.
This whole fucking planet is tired of all this bullshit. For real.
Like, all right, like animals, like you talked about earlier.
An analogy?
Animals got white fatigue.
That's an analogy?
They got white fatigue so much that they be attacking white people just on GP.
Because white people go up fucking with them, and niggas are smarter than that.
Right. so all right, and we see animals reacting to something that somebody's doing to them. So how is that not a universal concept? If you got animals got white fatigue, and we can agree on that, then how does the rest of the world, like, all right, think about the Vikings. The Vikings, they got the biggest stockpile of stolen goods out of anybody else and went around killing. They got the high score of killing and robbing and stealing people since the beginning of time. You think that people look, and right now we can look and see where people got stories and songs, and they sing songs about when the foreign devil came to their land and destroyed everything. You think them people ain't had white fatigue?
I don't believe none of that shit.
Sure you do.
No, the fuck I don't. No, the fuck I don't. I don't believe none of that. I don't believe none of them fucking stories. They're all horse shit. All of them.
Have to believe it because
you can't. It's impossible. All the stories are impossible. I ain't even getting into it.
A belief is simply investing in something with no proof. But you don't have to believe it because you've been to places where the people who live in the islands tell you about the stories about white people.
Exactly. And they listen, they got the information from the same place I did. And I think it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Right.
Because all them kings who went to war with all these white people, they ain't got no living cousins, nothing. There ain't no pictures of them. It's just pencil drawings. It's all bullshit. 100% I ain't never talking about none of that dumb shit again.
It's the same thing. It's the same bias that people have with aliens. When black people built the shit, aliens. When white people built it, no, it's absolute. White people did this because white people smart. You know, it's that bias that allows us to believe all kind of crazy shit and just cast out what we want, what we don't want because it don't fit.
All that shit came from books, though, yo. That's all a part of the propaganda.
Well, then somebody
wrote books. The argument came from books.
Somebody wrote books about black fatigue. Somebody wrote books about being tired of black people and all.
No, this whole black fatigue shit is some new shit, dog. This shit is some new shit.
So, man, you just looked it up the term earlier. It's not a new thing.
I looked up white fatigue.
It's new to YouTube. It's not new to people. Like these people.
I don't remember no time when people were saying it. I don't remember when people were saying that at no time.
These niggas, yeah, that's what I'm saying. These niggas regurgitate shit. They don't come up with nothing. So this shit ain't.
Somebody came up with that shit.
You just looked it up and just saw that
was white fatigue we looked up, bro. Hold on, let me look up black fatigue.
White fatigue.
Let me look up black fatigue. That was white fatigue we looked up.
It's like if somebody say that white people did this, then it's like this. It's a question mark. Well, maybe they do it. Maybe they not evil like how everybody in the world is reporting. But if white people the same people that the rest of the world say you can't trust these motherfuckers. But if they say something about black people, then we believe it. But we question the things that the rest of the world say about white people. That's very interesting.
Oh wow, I found black fatigue. Wait a minute, let me make sure Oh wow. So here's the government's way of swaying things in the direction they wanted to go to cause more bullshit. I found black fatigue. The definition is disingenuous. It's disingenuous. The definition is this is going to fall into the laps of the fucking woke, lazy motherfucking complaining bitch ass niggas. They're going to like this. Real niggas are not going to like this because this is not what the fuck it is. This is bullshit right here. Definition.
Sounds like a trigger.
An American term used to describe black people in the United States who are experiencing psychological and physical problems caused by various factors, including systematic racism. So this black fatigue right here, this definition, this is not what the fuck niggas on YouTube were talking about. This is some whole nother bullshit. This is the whole dashiki complain, blame the white man shit. That's what the fuck this is. And it's 2020. Hold up, writer, and it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's got all the dumb shit in it. Man, fuck this shit.
Listen. We didn't create this system. You know
what I'm saying? Who the fuck don't know that?
So if the system is corrupt and it leans towards supporting other people, making sure that they straight, then how do we not see that the system itself is producing these problems? That's why the definition is absolute. It's saying that it's like this. Just like with Frankenstein, like I always tell people about Frankenstein. People think that right now, if you ask people right now, what do Frankenstein look like? They're gonna say Frankenstein is the motherfucker with the green with the big head and the bolts and coming out his neck. That's not Frankenstein. Frankenstein is the doctor who created the monster, and everybody is mad at the monster, but the monster is the creation of Frankenstein.
This is the difference. There's a difference, though.
But let me finish. Black people, as we know today, are creation from Dr. Frankenstein. But for some reason, we want to ignore the fact that white people created this fucking problem, did all of these things to these people, disenfranchised these people, and created this problem. But then we want to make it have this fairy tale belief that black people created their own fucked up predicaments. You know what I'm saying?
In 2025,
when you don't get mental health, if somebody has experienced trauma and all kind of shit like that, and they don't get no therapy or nothing, and we think that they just supposed to just correct themselves, and nobody else in the world had to deal with that trauma. Therefore, they don't even know the full magnitude of what these people are dealing with. But you got something to say about it? You don't even know what they're going through. Like that's like if that's like somebody like
another analogy.
I'm that dumb, yo.
It's like somebody trying to tell you about being you, and they ain't you. Nobody can't tell you about being you. Only you can.
Hey, Frankenstein was fucking dead.
Frankenstein was a creation.
He was a dickhead that couldn't think. Frankenstein is not similar to black people, dog.
Again. See how you said that Frankenstein is a dickhead?
He couldn't. Frankenstein was mentally dead. You understand that, right?
He's a creation. He's not.
But wait a minute. He was a creation. He was a creation that was under the master's control 100%. 100%. He had no mind of his own at all.
Right. So he wasn't a dickhead.
That's not us. I mean, you know what I mean by that. He couldn't think.
Yeah, that is us.
No, it ain't, man. You crazy as hell. That's crazy as shit.
And you don't. So we're not gonna factor in social engineering.
Nigga, we are not Frankenstein, dog.
Everything that you know.
Frankenstein couldn't make kids.
Everything that you know as an American has been crafted and developed by some white people.
Huh?
Everything that you know as an American has been crafted and developed by some white people. So these motherfuckers gave you your concept of reality. So just like the monster. No shit.
I might be the only one, literally. I might be the only one who doesn't have the concept from them. My reality didn't come from them. I don't believe their book. I don't believe the books that they handed me. I don't believe any of them. They don't have my brain. They got everyone else, not me. Everybody.
Well, I mean, that fits your narrative. You know what I'm saying? But
no, everybody believes what they read. That's why you have debates. Debates are two dickheads that can't figure something out. I'm not doing that shit. This shit is bullshit on both sides every time.
A belief is something that you put your energy in that you don't have any. So if you're saying that something happened and every document that about this is fake, so therefore no record of you saying that this happened, you actually do.
Yo, what's up with your audio, yo? You shit was froggy for a second. Oh, there, now it's clear.
Yeah, but
you know,
a belief is something that you don't have evidence of. So when and that's the whole point about doing the research, so that it's no longer a belief. Whether it's absolute or not.
There's no one in this world sharp enough to hand me a book.
If there's no.
Huh?
But if nothing can be validated as evidence, then that would make everything a belief. Because if I believe this, if I'm saying that this is that about somebody, and I don't have any records to prove it, because I don't trust records, so it's just all word of mouth. That means that it's a belief now, because I don't have records. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have beliefs at all.
So if somebody research something and they come back with their findings, they don't believe it. This is what they know to the best of their knowledge. You know?
They're presented as fact, though. Everyone that comes to a debate, they go find something and then they present it as this is it. And it's all.
Yeah, but that's
I can't believe that everyone fell for this, man. It's horrible to think about. I can't believe, because knowing this, right, I'm going to feel like I'm alone.
If you just say something without putting any effort to try to prove it, then that's a belief. If you ain't done no research, never no scientific equation or nothing, you just said it and that's it, then that's just a belief.
A belief to me is directly associated to books. You give a motherfucker a book and they'll believe what's in it. There's all types of crazy books saying different shit all over the world. And if we ain't sophisticated enough to figure out if this was a program, then maybe we should be where we are. Everyone. I ain't even talking about black people, because I can't get through to motherfuckers so they can figure this shit out. They don't see it.
It's just like somebody who's born on a certain day, right? Like somebody can say to you, you was supposed to be born 5 days before your birthday, but you was stubborn and you held on. You didn't want to come out. You know, you can believe that because your parents told you that. You don't have any proof of that, but that's just something that you've always had with you since you was a child. So therefore you tell people that shit like it's true. When something completely different could have happened. There could have been birth complications. There could have been an intentional wait to say, I want to give birth to this child on this day. How can we prolong the pregnancy so that I can have this exact birth date? Somebody could have did that, but because you're a child and you had no way of doing any recognizance, you just got to go with what you've been told. You know what I'm saying? That's a belief. That's a belief. You know, but if you did some digging to actually see if that's what happened, you found that the doctor that gave birth to you, and they say, oh no, you had an umbilical cord wrapped around your neck, and we had to put you in emergency surgery. That's why. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, because my mom always told me that I was a special child, and you know, yeah, that's what you've been brought up on, and all of us have been brought up on something. Whether it was true or not, that's another discussion. But we've been brought up on something. You know what I'm saying?
Horseshit. Horseshit given to us by books. Even your mother and your greatest grandmother. You can go back to 8, 9 grandmothers. They all were propagandized. And if you go back far enough, you're going to run into an orphanage.
You speak English right now, and that's proof of it.
Proof of what?
That somebody put you on something. You was brought up on something. You was brought up on the English language.
English language is sorcery. It's evil.
Yeah, whatever.
It is.
So, all right. So, well, you was brought up on sorcery and evilness. Then.
I know how to recognize it, though. I got a gift. Maybe it's the O positive blood or the long Egyptian head. Who knows? I knew how to figure shit out when I was 5. The grown fucking adults couldn't get through this.
Well, then it should
You
be.
think I was going to tell my mom I knew she was putting $1 into my fuck? No, I wasn't going to tell her. I wanted her to keep doing this shit. So I pretended to believe in the tooth fairy.
It should be easy to understand that if I give somebody the worst of everything, then they probably going to be coming in last place most of the time. You know, that should be understandable. You know, it's not a mystery. It's like, all right, well, that's why I said you can drive down the street like just you can start a Germantown Pike, right? Because you know Pike, that means something. So when you on the Pike, you know it's nice and pristine. But go down to the avenue, going down the avenue, and as soon as you with like
your voice getting low again.
But
your voice going in and out again. You too far away.
My shit about to be fucked up. I'm about to drive through bad service. Hold on. Go ahead.
That joint sound like C-3PO. I can't believe Black Fatigue is really on the internet. But it's from 2020 and it's so fake. I'm gonna listen to some more of this show, man.
It was like one of the answers was, well, that's because white people did this and you don't understand because they did this, and that's why Black people do this, and you can't speak on it because you're not Black, so you don't know. So I don't.
The preemptive cloak of victimhood is giving me fatigue. Like I think that's very exhausting. I'm fatigued with that.
I'm fatigued further with the attitude. You see, she's so polite. Attitude from the Black.
Girl, I think
she's not even giving you attitude, and Pretty can definitely give some attitude, and she ain't even giving it to you. But the fact that you're talking while they're talking, while the fact that you have an average, I could kill you easily with the stats and history because this is the thing about that's annoying me about you, because we all know that Black people have a lot of issues. We're from the hood. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I live.
Be honest about it.
Can I finish talking, please? This is your expression why we're upset because the fact that you think that you're a white woman with 2 million subscribers coming to a Black channel, you think that we're supposed to bow to you as you think that you're the face of intelligence on this panel.
Yo, what is this dude doing right now, man? Come on, man.
But you're not. We're gonna let you talk, sweetheart. Just wait. So what I'm saying is, white folks, we all know black people have a lot of issues. It's given. I grew up in the inner city. I've seen the dangers of gangs. I've seen the drama of single parent households. It's not nothing to be proud of. It's terrible. But everything has a chronological order. And one thing about being an American, America loves and values and cherishes history. This country values history. They remind you all the time about the Civil War. They remind you all the time about the Gettysburg Address. They remind you all the time about how this country was founded and how the great forefathers of the past, all cultures venerate their history. So let's not pretend that history has no place on the current time. There's a difference between making excuses and saying how things came about. You build a house, you build your foundation, then you build the walls.
You can talk for 1,000 years about how things happened. It will never, ever fix anything. Talking about it produces zilch. All it does is take ideas and pass it from one mind to another. There are no bricks sticking together whatsoever to create anything. I hope these people on this panel are mature enough to understand that you're just talking. I hope they understand that.
Chronological order, then you have a house. Black people in this country have been attacked when they behave their best. So for you to make claims as if our behavior is a direct correlation with how we're treated by Europeans, there's no precedence for that. Because we have proof that when we did behave a certain way, when we did carry ourselves at the highest levels of civility, we were just not disagreed with, not ostracized.
All of the white people that talk about they have black fatigue, they all talk about what philosophical is saying. Now, you're always going to have the black side that has the right to talk about what happened to them or what they believe happened to them. They ain't shit. You were told the story. You had the right to talk about it. But to keep bringing it up, to make it the reason why people are doing what they're doing today, that's what the fatigue is coming from. At least that's what they say. They're tired of hearing it. That's their version of black fatigue. Because you got to admit, these fucking kids are 30 years old. There are 200 fucking years away from slavery. They don't even know if their family was slave owners or not. They don't even have nothing to do with that shit. But they got to hear this their whole life. Not only that, read the shit in books. You imagine how a 5-year-old feels when he reads a story like that?
Well, it's the same way how people were shipped into slavery and they ain't did nothing to nobody, and they just so happen to be black and the world hates them, you know. So it's like we
same story.
We have this like coddleness for white folks. Like it's like, oh, it's a shame that they going through that, but we normalize our own trauma. Whereas
how
like,
we do that?
You was enslaved, you was fucked up, yeah, everything stolen from y'all. Get over it. But we sad for white folks because they gotta experience some backlash from what their predecessors did. Well,
they're looking at the rest of the world because the rest of the world. What?
Well, how come? Well, just like Khalid Muhammad said.
Why your voice so low, yo? Hold on, let me turn my shit up.
Just like Khalid Muhammad said, he said if it's an overwhelming population of good white folks, then why they haven't done anything to right the wrongs of the past? I
don't fuck with Khalid Muhammad. I don't fuck with him.
All these good white folks is in bird's eye view of dystopic vibes in the black community all over the fucking world, but none of them ain't doing shit about it. But they complaining about it though.
I really don't give a fuck about nothing he ever said, dog. Honestly, hold up, because I don't give a fuck about nothing that clown ever said, man. Hold up, man. Hold up. That's the supreme bitch ass nigga out of all these dashikis over the years. That includes Malcolm X, all of them. I don't care who you name. Khalid Muhammad is the pussiest one of them all. That nigga was talking all that big chest, tough guy shit and never lifted a fucking sword. He never built nothing, never did nothing. Gonna tell all these young motherfuckers what the fuck they should go do. That is a bitch ass nigga.
You don't even know him.
Fuck him.
You ain't spent no time
Fuck
with him. You don't
him.
know what he's done.
Fuck him. He was a liar. A fake ass nigga,
You don't
yo.
even have the information.
And that's why they hate
validate.
him.
You don't have the information to validate none of those claims.
I put in work. That pussy did not.
Well,
Fuck him.
how
We
many
had
people
eyes
have-
on him all the time.
All right,
If
well,
he
let
put
me
in
ask
some
you
work,
this.
we would have
Well, let
saw
me
it.
ask you this. How
He
many
would have
people
done it
have
for
organized-
us. Our leaders didn't do shit. Our leaders picked up microphones and talked and complained. And that's why, watch this. Nobody's ever going to do shit because the leaders themselves didn't do shit. None of them, not one single one, picked up a weapon to do nothing. So their followers are going to do the same thing. They're going to find a microphone.
How many black children had you galvanized? Because he had the Million Youth March. He brought out thousands of kids for a positive cause.
And it didn't do shit.
What do you
All it did was
have?
make them hate.
But what have you done that could even equate to that?
I didn't tell nobody to hate nobody.
No, but I'm asking you a question. What have you done?
I stood in front of loaded guns and saved niggas' lives. That's the fuck I did.
Okay.
I paid niggas
But
rent
that-
and they couldn't
does that
afford
equate-
it for a
does
whole
that equate
fucking
to that?
year. A whole year. Rent, car note, everything. Somebody that wasn't related to me. I've done so. I got laundry lists. I could do a whole YouTube channel on the shit I did for niggas. Period. In jail and out. I taught niggas how to read in prison, and fuck Khalid Muhammad. He was a hate monger, just like Malcolm X and the rest of them. As soon as Malcolm X got off that hate shit, they killed him.
If you saying fuck him and he's a bitch ass nigga, how are you not a hate mongerer right now? That's hate monger.
I don't hate nobody.
You're
I don't
literally
follow
hate
none of
mongering
this
right
dumb
now.
shit that none of these dumb motherfuckers is saying. White people or dashikis. I don't hate nobody. There ain't no hate in me. I ain't no hate mongerer. Everyone else is. Everyone else.
I mentioned something that the brother said, and you went on a whole tirade about him.
That's because I fucking felt like it.
But exactly, that's hate.
He's a piece of shit.
But what that had to do with his words, though? I didn't say he's the best man alive. All I
His
said
words
was
were part of the problem. We
I
taught the
just-
same. Huh?
I said just like Khalid Muhammad said. As soon as I said his name, that triggered you to go on a whole rant about fuck him and he's a bitch ass nigga. That
So what?
sounds
You
like
did that to
hate.
white people 100 times.
That's what people do when they hate on somebody. Fuck him. He's a bitch ass nigga. He ain't never did nothing. And they diminish people's character. That's what people do when they hate on somebody.
Because that's
So
what
you
the
saying
fuck
that-
he
you
is.
saying that he's a hate mongerer.
The
But-
people who
but
have the
you-
right
you
to say who's a
responded
bitch ass
to-
nigga are the people who coined the phrase, the people who start. We know what a bitch ass nigga is. Not nobody the fuck else. If you
But we
fake
said
and you a fraud and you know it, and you know people are following you, that is
Why you
fucked
so angry?
up.
Why you
He's
so
just as
angry
bad
at
as
him?
he's just as bad as Elijah Muhammad, dog. And
Why
Martin Luther
you
King.
why you so angry at him that you stopped the whole conversation?
I don't give a fuck. I ain't even
Because if you
answering that shit.
if you
I don't
give
care
a
about that
fuck
question.
about him, why if you don't give a fuck about him, then why are we spending 5
I'm
minutes?
not answering that question. I don't give a
talking
fuck.
about
I did it because I felt like it. You don't get that?
Yeah, that's a feeling.
Fuck them.
That's a feeling.
It
Just
don't
hate
matter.
it.
I'm just what I'm saying. You ain't even getting what I'm
Feeling
saying.
too.
You ain't even getting what I'm saying, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Well, if you
I
don't
do
give
what I
a
want to
fuck,
do.
If you didn't give a fuck, then why'd you bring it up?
When
I
you
didn't-
scream
I
on
didn't
these
bring it-
crackers, I don't bother you about it.
I didn't say, hey, let's talk shit about Khalid Muhammad. You chose.
It don't matter. Even if
I
you
didn't-
did, I'm gonna
But
say what
that's
I
how
want
you
to say,
felt.
regardless of all of that. All of it.
That's the feeling that you got.
No. I'm not wearing none of that stuff. Nobody's saying about me. All that shit is just made up. I do what I want to do and say what I want to do, and I don't care how nobody feel about it.
You said that's how
Man,
you
you can't
felt,
even be
bro.
50 years old on this fucking planet.
You know, I didn't know that.
Everybody got their feelings and shit.
I didn't know we was expressing our feelings. I thought we was,
God damn, motherfuckers getting a little tingly because I start cussing on somebody. That shit crazy as hell.
I mean, I'm just asking.
That's
what
your
did-
brother?
What did the whole feeling aspect?
You
have
act
to
like
do
I
with
said
what
something
we
about your
talking
mom or something.
I'm asking you, how do we get off of the topic to talk about him?
You brought him up, not me.
I brought up something he said. I didn't say let's talk shit about him. And
I
that's
said
what I'm
I
asking you,
decided
why
to
is
do that. I wasn't waiting
and
for you
I'm
to tell
asking
me
you,
what.
why does that trigger you to
No, that's the truth. You didn't say let's talk about Khalid Muhammad. I decided to do that because I felt like it. I wasn't waiting on instructions from nobody. That's crazy, dog.
Your feelings overwhelmed you.
That's
When
made
you
up.
say-
That's
when you
made
say
up.
so- when you say
No. That's made up. Made up. You brought him up. You threw that bitch nigga in front of me, dog, expecting me to sit here like a flower. Fuck no.
Yeah,
He is what he is.
Yeah, I do because
he is what he is.
Because if you're saying you don't give a fuck, then you shouldn't have been triggered to go on a 10-minute rant about him.
That motherfucker preached hatred for years. I don't care about people who hate people. Fuck them. I'm gonna always talk about like people like that, right? Like fuck them. I hate people who hate. I hate the people. And I definitely hate Elijah Muhammad. They fucked the world up. They fucked the whole fucking world up with this dumb bullshit. Like it wasn't enough shit going on.
What's the dumb bullshit?
Keep racism going. That's right. Pour fire onto something that's already. We just got over motherfuckers getting lynched and shit.
We don't even.
The cops was even starting to chill out a little bit.
Understand the level of assault that we take. So even back then, we did.
Start over.
So we don't even fully understand the things that these motherfuckers do to us.
Why the fuck do you keep saying that? Everybody knows all that shit.
Because how do you attempt to solve a problem without going to the root cause of it? If you just dealing with.
All right, you asked me a question. You said, how do I tend to solve a problem without going to the root cause?
Right.
The root cause of a problem, right, is literally history. The problem itself is present. It is mathematically, scientifically, universally impossible to go back
to the problem
unless you have a time machine and can stop what happened. Then you can solve the problem. You understand that.
It's like, no, see, and that's what I'm saying. You saying that is the problem.
How? All right, stop right there. We're gonna have a conversation.
You saying this like you saying this like, oh, the onslaught has passed. They not fucking with us no more. They not doing shit to us no more. You should be able to overcome that deficit, and that's not reality.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
If you got,
did you hear me just now? I just said that's not what I'm saying.
Well, then you don't have anything else.
The problem is we've been talking about the same shit for 50 years. So everybody already knows what's happening to us. We already know that. All you got to do is get up in the morning and fix it.
Right? If somebody,
I didn't hear nothing you said
because you're yelling.
No, you're talking over me when I'm trying to talk, and I can't hear you.
No, when you decide that you want to talk, you just talk when whether somebody's talking.
It's your turn, bro.
You know, that's the thing, is that you just decide you want to talk. It don't matter if somebody else is talking.
Go ahead. It don't matter.
Listen, we can't talk and listen at the same time. You know
I'm trying to tell you. I was talking and I couldn't hear nothing you were saying. You started talking over me.
That's how we get lost in the conversation. Because the thing is that when you have people, it's just like if you get knocked out, right?
Do me a favor, right? Hold on, watch this. Because you're gonna give me a long analogy. Go straight to the punchline. Because I'm not retarded. I promise you. I'll get the point.
But you see how you dictate the conversation.
You did that to me like 10 times already.
But while I'm talking, you decide. I just literally just said that. You decide to start talking when somebody's talking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I had to, because you're gonna pin me down, man. You're gonna pin me down for 10 minutes with a long ass analogy. I want you to make your point. Go ahead.
Well, I could have made my point if you didn't do that. It didn't take me but a couple seconds to speak. But when you halt the conversation, edit it, and direct it, and then say go again, that's like you starting the scene over. You know what I'm saying?
I want to start it over. I want you to start from scratch. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that put time back on the clock. You know, but the point is, I'm trying to say is, if you get knocked out, right? And you know, if you're boxing, you're knocked out. They give you a standing 8 count. You know, if during that standing 8 count, or you're attempting to get up, a motherfucker keep punching you in the head and pushing you down, how's somebody gonna say that you didn't get up and fight back? You just got your computers reset, and you need that couple seconds to get your bearings back. But a motherfucker's not letting up on you. They keep punching you in the head, kicking you, pushing you down. You know what I'm saying? How can anybody say that, man, this nigga, man, he ain't get up and fight back. You know, and that's really what we dealing with. We dealing with a society that's punching people in the head consistently on a daily basis, and we looking at them and saying, well, how come they won't just get up and you know what I'm saying, and fight back? Not even fight back, but just get up and act like you didn't just get knocked out and your computer reset and somebody keep punching you in the head. It's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got unrealistic expectations for people who are victims, like literally victims. You know, it's like if you go to a special needs class, right? And these people have learning disabilities, but yet you expect them to be like regular children, you know, they would say, or firing on all pins, or you would expect their knives to be sharper in the drawer. You know what I'm saying? That's unrealistic. You're not factoring in the fact that these children have a learning disability. They got a problem. They have a pre-deficit that they're trying to overcome. So that's really the problem. The problem is that motherfuckers is not leaving you alone to even heal. Every day you're getting attacked, you know, and that's real. It's just like, that's another thing that Khalid Muhammad said. You ain't got to like a person. They say even a broke clock is right twice a day. Soon like right now, we could be talking and building and vibing or whatever. But as soon as you cut off this shit, it's gonna be some bullshit on a commercial, an ad, a song. You know what I'm saying? Where somebody is basically attacking you, trying to mold your perception of reality. You know, get you to hate yourself, get you to condemn yourself, and give other people a pass. You know what I'm saying? They convince all of us to care more about our friends than our family, you know? And consequently, what does that become? That becomes you friends with people that ain't even you. And your family, who is you put them on the back burner. And is that not what's happening? Dissension, delineation, you know, disorganized people. But we giving the people who did the shit to us a pass. So much so that we marrying them.
Can you explain that to me, yo?
We give them a pass.
Can you explain that?
We give the people who did this shit to us a pass.
How?
Who benefit from the shit that was done to us a pass. It's like,
I'm going to talk about that though. How do we give them a pass?
We give them a pass when we teach them our culture, when we marry them, when we have children with them. You know, when we step over each other to get to these people, like, you know, all right, like if I got a white friend that live in an affluent neighborhood, and I got to drive to his neighborhood, his or her neighborhood. Think of all of the people, all of the brothers and sisters that I'm passing and skipping over, hop, skipping, and jumping over to get to this person who don't even care about my issues as a community.
How do you know that? And why should they?
Because of their behavior. Because if they say, hey, yeah, they just want to hang out with me, and they saying little shit like, oh yeah, you're not like the rest of them. You're one of the good ones and shit like that. You know, that's bullshit.
No one's ever said that to me, yo. I've never even heard that.
Well, it's a lot
My
of
whole
brothers,
life.
It's a lot of brothers who have had said that said to them, brothers and sisters, that they've heard that.
Oh, yo, you know what? I'm honestly, I swear to God, yo.
And even if
I know niggas, and I know, yo, people be fucking lying, man. You don't understand what black fatigue is, man. There are some universal lies that like the whole group will tell. And they'll stand on that, even if it's 300 of them in a room. That shit don't feel right to me. It's like church sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's
fucked up.
Very vague thing that you broadcast. You know?
I've been everywhere in the world. No, I'm wilding now. I've been in a lot of places. For long, I'm old as fuck, and no one person has ever said that to me. I never even heard him say it to anybody else.
But that's what I'm saying. Just because it hasn't been said to you, and you haven't.
I don't trust people, man. I know how people are.
It doesn't mean it hasn't been said. That's the thing.
I don't think it's been said the way niggas are saying it. If you ask a room full of niggas, like if you ask this panel right here, they probably all be like, yeah, I heard that. Like, man,
that's a probability. Doesn't mean it's
I hate this
it's
shit.
A probability.
And all of this happens because of that fucking story. That dumb motherfucking story.
It happens because it happens because it happens.
It happens because of that story. If that story was not told to anybody, nobody would be doing none of this shit.
none of this shit would be happening. None of it. There wouldn't be no black fatigue, wouldn't be no racism, nothing. It would be a better world. It's fucked up because of that.
You know, it's
dumb
like,
story.
it's like we can try to normalize displacement, but it's displacement. You could call it black fatigue, but I'm going to call it displacement because, you know, like I said, none of us don't pay no bills to no black people. We don't get mandated to stay in the house. None of, you know, all of the bullshit that you deal with on a regular basis, gas going up, none of that shit is done by the hands of black people. So if anybody who open up their mouth and say they got black fatigue or they're tired of black people, you suffer from displacement. And that is some pussy ass shit. That's some bitch ass nigga shit because the niggas who slapping you in the head and giving you a wedgie and a noogie and kicking you in the ass, you ain't doing nothing to them. But you mad at somebody else and you got something to say about somebody else who ain't even laid a finger on you. That's real life pussy shit.
Then why these pussies won't do nothing? Why they keep complaining for years and years?
Because if you really tough,
that was a question, Khalid. That was a question.
I hear you.
Why do these pussies?
You was talking while I was talking, so I didn't hear what you were saying.
I want to jump in sooner or later. That analogy was, you know what I mean? It was taking over the whole shit.
So I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I want to know why these pussies don't do nothing about it and why they keep talking for decades and decades.
What pussies?
All these motherfuckers that keep complaining about what happened to them and who did what. If somebody did something to you, get at that motherfucker.
Well,
if somebody do something to me,
I just explained,
and I feel some type of way about it, I don't be complaining about it.
I don't know how you asked that question. Like, I just explained it because they suffer from displacement. You going after the low hanging fruit. You're not
who's the one suffering? Wait a minute, I'm confused. Hang on. Who's suffering?
You're not going after the root cause of your problems. You're going after the low-hanging fruit.
Who's suffering from displacement?
Raise your hand if you pay bills to black people, or if black people can tell you whether you can go to a different country or not. Or raise your hand. Ain't none of y'all.
I'm lost in the conversation, bro. I'm lost.
Exactly.
Who's the who that's suffering from displacement?
I said that again. I don't know how you say that if you was listening to what I just said. Any person who's saying that they have black fatigue is suffering from displacement.
Okay, I got you. All right.
You have displaced anger.
In other words, black fatigue is not because what they're saying, because what they're calling black fatigue, the way they're describing it, right? They're not describing displacement. That's a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm. Then what
How are they suffering from displacement?
What are they describing when they say that they have black fatigue? All right, how can a white person have black fatigue?
They're talking about when they say they have black fatigue, they're talking about hearing black people complain about slavery and the system and how they've been the foot on the neck and all that shit.
Exactly.
That's what they're talking about.
Again, and that's displacement because those people don't pay no bills to look, and this is always has been the lightning round question. Why is white people so worried about what we doing? Y'all worried about what obviously you are.
They invited them.
Because if
they invited them.
Why you coming?
What?
Why you coming? I agree. I agree. Why would you invite somebody to a family discussion that's not in your family? I agree to that. But at the same token, why would I come to your family discussion and I'm not in your family? If you crazy enough to say, hey, you want to join my family discussion, I should have enough dignity and decency and respect for your family to say, I'll pass. That's not my business. That's y'all family discussion. Y'all need to have a conversation, not me. Why you want me at the conversation to tell me what your mom did and your uncle? I don't even know them people.
So
tomorrow, inviting people to the family discussion that's not a part of the family. That's the biggest problem.
So wait a minute, tomorrow morning, right?
Dr. Frankenstein. Look, I'm gonna tell you why. Because Dr. Frankenstein put that in you to serve your master, to love your master more than you love yourself and love your brothers and your sister. That's why we get these motherfuckers a pass.
Yo, how did Frankenstein
That's why we practice displacement and we don't get mad at the people who rip us off every day, day in and day out. but we conjure up some make black people the boogeyman bullshit, like, as if you pay bills to them. You don't pay bills to no black people. You pay bills to evil white folks.
But why be a bitch ass nigga and talk about it instead of just
Why be a bitch
doing
ass
something
and
about
talk
it?
about people who not the source of your
No,
problem?
hold on. You answering a question with a question. I said
Because you skipping over that, and I'm trying to.
I'm not skipping over nothing. I asked the question exactly the way I wanted it. Hold on.
When we bring up the elephant,
Yo, what the fuck?
we want to go back to something.
Yo,
else.
all I want to do is get an answer. People have been talking about. Everybody knows who's doing what now. We know. All right, it's them. Talking, these are the rules. This is how this goes. Talking is not going to get nothing done. Action is what gets something done.
Exactly.
The only way to get rid of your enemy is to kill him. My question is, why ain't nobody doing that instead of just talking?
Again, I keep saying the same thing to you, because they suffer from displacement. Because you made somebody else.
All right, stop right there. You
made somebody else the boogeyman. That's why.
Wait a minute. You said they suffer from displacement, right?
Have black fatigue.
Wait a minute.
You're forced to deal with the person who's causing you all your pain and strife. But you suffer from displacement. You're going after the low-hanging fruit. So you're not going to swell up on the bully in the class. You're going to go pick on somebody else, even though you're getting picked on. That's what this is.
Who's that? You keep saying that.
Everybody.
We're talking about two different people, I think. Hold on, wait. I think we're talking about two different people.
11 on
I'm talking about the people, right, that have brown skin, the black people in America, that know who did exactly what to them.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
You're trying to marginalize and modify the thing to fit.
That's a lie. I know exactly what I'm trying to do, and I'll tell you if you ask me.
Because reality is this.
Why are you cut? Yo, that's fucked up. Now you want me to listen to you. Another analogy.
You can't highlight no people out here that's in this country that's not getting ripped off in some capacity.
Why did you say that?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Everybody getting ripped off.
That's not an answer. You see what I'm saying?
Look, we look at. I'm answering your question. Everybody getting ripped off, but we look for black people to catch wreck. You know, all right, white people getting ripped off too, but nobody's saying, well, how come white people don't swell up?
Whoa, wait a minute. White people get ripped off too?
Kill these people and kill that people. You know what I'm saying? But
you're missing the philosophy. You're missing the philosophy, right?
Because we like to put each other on the hot seat. We like to drag each other. We've been trained to do that.
What does that have to do with my question, though?
Niggas is this and niggas is that, and everybody's a punk and a coward. But it ain't I don't see no white militia running down on the government for being ripped off. I'm
not talking about them.
I know you're not. That's the point that I'm making. You don't even want to.
I don't want to talk about them.
You don't want to talk about them. You only want to hold.
Yo, if you want to do a video on white fatigue, I'll do it tomorrow. I swear I will. But today,
accountable. That's
everything goes back to white people.
You only want to hold black people accountable.
Everything goes back to white people.
To do. We've been programmed to only hold black people accountable and nobody else.
Nobody ain't doing shit. They're just crying. How the fuck do you join? How do you join forces with that shit when nobody ain't doing fucking nothing but complaining?
There's plenty of people that's doing things, but nobody cares about what they're doing. People is more concerned with arguing. So why people argue? Because people like to argue. That's why. You know what I'm saying? And they feel comfortable arguing. They feel like they
can argue because they don't want to do nothing.
People will, like when they have Congress, right? Congress is a whole bunch of people in there talking. Senate is people in there talking. But when they talking, they passing bills. When the rest of us talking, it's just talk. That's the difference. Because
that's why everybody needs to shut the fuck up and go to work.
Because nobody is even attempting to try to get some sovereignty. Everybody is obfuscating and looking for the low-hanging fruit and looking for somebody to punch on instead of looking in the mirror and saying, well, what can I do to change my situation? What can I do to stop the things that I don't like happening to me?
That's literally my point.
The things that happen to you are not.
Do I get to go a little bit, yo?
You know what I'm saying?
Let me go a little bit, because that's exactly my fucking point. Nobody wants to do what they need to do to better themselves or better them situations.
All they want to do is woe is me and complain about who's doing what. And that's why motherfuckers are so fucking lazy.
And that's what black fatigue is. You just woe is me. I'm so tired of these people. I'm so tired of these people complaining. I'm so tired of this. You ain't tired of vaccine mandates. You ain't tired of the gas going up. You ain't tired of inflation, shrinkflation.
Who is it?
These people who say that because they
no one alive. That's not true for anyone. Everyone is tired of all of that shit. You know that, right?
People not hopping on live streams and spending hours talking about that.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Talking about black fatigue. You know why? Because that's what sells.
There's literally only a handful of people,
and that's what they allow you to talk about. So,
you know, there's a billion
YouTube. Even YouTube itself is set up to be malicious to black people. So you can get online and talk about black people. But let's see some people get online and say how they got Jewish fatigue and see if they don't get hit with anti-Semitism or they demonetized or something. But you can say
you know Sonetta's channel been saying cracker, 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 honky, kill, kill, kill for 20 years, right? You can say whatever you want to say about white people on the internet.
Yeah,
you say the N-word, your channel's gone.
Yeah, he can. Right.
You know that, right? You can say you can attack white people. Go ahead.
That is emphatically untrue. Because
so you mean wait a minute, whoa. All right, let's have a conversation. Whoa. You said it's not true.
Yeah.
That means I just made that up. And that means you can say nigga.
No, that doesn't
so
mean
what's untrue about it?
This means that you have inaccurate information, because if that was true, then your page would be gone, your channel would be gone right now because you said it 3 times.
Oh, I see what you're doing. So let me rephrase. Stop. I want to say one fucking sentence. That's it. All I want to do is say one fucking sentence. I meant white people, if they say the nigger word, their channel is gone on the spot. But black people could say cracker, honky, cracker wood for 20 years. What's incorrect about that statement?
Somebody say nigga,
I ain't hear nothing you said. Start over.
So you said that if somebody say nigga, their channel is going.
No, if a white person's channel says nigga.
So a black person can say it.
No, a black person can say cracker, cracker, cracker.
Well, how come the person who put up the best of All in the Family, how come they ain't get taken down? Because I guess that's a black person who put that up, right?
The best of All in the Family?
Yeah, with the most racist dude who ever been on TV, the boy.
That's a fact.
Yeah, how come his channel was up? You know what I mean?
But there ain't he never said the N-word.
But he said all kind of other racist things.
Well, look, Lily Gaddis has said way worse shit than Archie Bunker has said. Her channel's still up. What I'm talking about, wait a minute, hold on. What I'm talking about is this one specific word, N-I-G-G-E-R, that's for black people. That word, if a white person says that word on their channel is gone. A black channel can say any derogatory term about any race in the world forever, and they won't even get a strike. That is a fact.
That's not true.
How can it not? Make it not true.
Well, because if what you said was true, then your channel will be taken down immediately.
I'm not white. I can say nigga all I want.
Okay. So only white people is banned from saying that. But
it is a literal fact that white people on YouTube, there's 2 people, Lily Gaddis channels gone.
I can go on YouTube and look up Andrew Dice Clay and the other dude that we just named from All in the Family.
Dice Clay don't use the N-word.
And I can look up these people and people that's worse than them that's saying all kind of crazy stuff.
But what about I'm talking about the N-word.
But okay, and that's what I'm saying.
That's the only word I'm talking about.
Again, that's what I'm saying. You're making a good point. How can somebody be taken down for saying this word, but you can say all other kind of racist things about these people? But I can say all kind of racist, ignorant, derogatory things about these people, wish death on people, but as long as I don't say this magic word, I'm okay. We don't see a problem with that?
You talking about white people, right?
Yeah. Whoever the provision is for. How is it that the loophole allows them to say all this other stuff but you just can't say this one magic word.
It's crazy. You can literally, yo, I'll be on panels. You can literally talk about killing white people all day and nothing will happen.
But you don't see
You can
that.
do it if you want it.
You don't see that as some BS. Like, yeah, you can say whatever you want about these people. Just don't say this word, or we're gonna have to take your channel down.
Nah, that's not the point I was making. The point I was making was about the white folks. You can attack white people around the clock and talk about killing them, and nothing will happen. And that is fucking crazy. That is crazy. On YouTube, you can't even talk about the Holocaust and none of that. There's so much shit you can talk, but you can talk about whites for decades.
And you can make all kind of rap songs talking about killing niggas and all of that. You know what I'm saying? You can
As long as you don't use the N-word.
You can put the most disrespectful images of black people known to man on you. And nobody gonna say nothing. But if you
As long as you don't use the N-word.
Yeah, but if you say this magic word, oh, we got to do something to you. That's that to a black person who just heard that, they should feel disrespected. That is insulting to me and my intelligence. So these people, so you gave these people this large loophole that they can say whatever they want about me, as long as they don't use this magic word, they okay. So
actually you can't. Well, if you talk about black people too much, your channel, period. You ain't got to use the N-word. You ain't got to do that. Shit, Lily Gaddis didn't use the N-word. There's a long laundry list of people that didn't use the N-word. Got them the hell out of there. Niggas mad at Charlie Kirk, and he never used it.
That is some. We know y'all triggered by this word, and you mentally weak bullshit. Like it's like I'm not a racist because I never said the N-word, but you said all kind of other derogatory things about these people, but you never said the N-word, so you're cool. Give me a fucking break.
No, they ain't saying that they ain't racist. They saying openly that they racist. That's bullshit.
If I say all kind of negative things about Asians,
but the people I'm talking about say that they're racist. They don't say that we ain't racist because we ain't using. They don't say that. They openly say that they're racist. Period. They said it live on Piers Morgan show and a couple others. Ain't none of that. Ain't none of that fake shit going on.
But if that's the construct that you developing, then you got people who are under the impression that I'm not doing nothing racist because I didn't say this magic word. Therefore, when I joke about this and I joke about that, and I do blackface and I impersonate black people and all these other things that black people could get mad about, those things, there's nothing wrong with those things because the rule book says that if I say this magic word, then that's a no-no. But everything else is cool. That's
None of them have ever said that. They're openly racist and know that they're mocking.
Yes. Because there's so much things that is so many things that YouTube themselves are complicit with in terms of our disrespect. They're complicit with it.
Well, you can't stop people from saying shit about black people and then have Sarnetta's channel running for 20 years and 100 other channels like that. You got to kill them all.
How you know
that would be too obvious.
Is the same way how the dude from All in the Family and Andrew Dice Clay, all of them operate. Well, if I say South Park and all of them, if I talk about everybody, then they can't bang me for being a racist. So I'm gonna go in on everybody so I can keep my agenda going. You know what I'm saying? My agenda is to preach hate and separatism. You know what I'm saying? To project this idea that white people are superior. So I can do that. I can do that as long as I talk about everybody. But if I don't focus on one person, then that's wrong. But if I evenly spread out the racism, then that's a loophole. And that loophole is a lame ass loophole and it's been used for decades now. And it's like, we're not dumb. We see you disrespecting us. We see you disrespecting us and everybody else because here's the case. Nobody wants to be disrespected. And to have this nonsense to say, well, I'm disrespecting everybody, so all y'all gotta be cool with the disrespect. I don't give a damn about none of that bullshit. I keep my name out your fucking mouth. So because you talked about everybody else in my class, that make it cool for you to talk shit about me? No, keep my name out your mouth. And guess what? All of us are saying keep our names out of your fucking mouth. Talk about your own fucking family. What you know what I'm saying? Why is talking about everybody else your comedy if y'all not racist? If you don't have it in for certain people, why is this funny in the first place?
And they don't even have to talk about black people because there are millions of black people up and down social media talking about each other and displaying and exposing the most fucked up shit about our culture. No white person ever has to open their mouth if they don't want to. All they would really have to do is do what we do and show clips from Instagram and TikTok. And there you have content. You don't have to say a fucking word. I agree. Listen to some more of this fake ass shit.
Murdered. So if we were murdered when we behaved at our best, that's evidence that our behavior is not what dictates the negative response from Europeans. But you want to talk about numbers, so I'm gonna read some to you.
Hey, you gotta wrap it up. You gotta wrap it up.
I just want to read this real quick, JR. These, because she loved to bring up numbers. These are stats from sexual abuse offenses. 93.5% of individuals sentenced for sexual abusers were men. 55.1% were white. 15.2% were Hispanic. 13.9% were black. 13% were Native American, and 2.8% were other races. 67% of individual cases involving production of child pornography were white. 55%. Hold on, sweetheart.
You've been talking forever.
55.6%.
Yo. See how everybody does that.
Now look,
everybody flips it back on the cracker. For what?
I get it though. Numbers can be bullshit. Numbers are not absolute. Because
but why is he even talking about it? Why did he bring it up?
Because this is how the people operate. When you cut on the news, it's the same thing. So these people learn to advocate for their argument from that's given that template. Whether it's in school, whether
you listen to what he said,
listen. Whether it's in school, on the debate team, or watching the news and looking at that template, you to present information and as fact. And certain sources that you get are considered places that deal with facts. So,
but who on the panel was talking about sexual assault? Why did he bring that up?
I mean, I didn't listen to it in its entirety, so I couldn't answer that question.
I was pausing it through the whole show. What they was talking about was crime statistics and stuff, right? And she was running down a whole bunch of stats. He pulled this out of his ass to argue for the black side. Look what white people are doing.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I get that. It makes sense because all right, if the argument, if part of this black fatigue shit is I'm tired of black people and the shit that they do, and y'all committing crimes and all this other shit, then it's like, okay, well, let's look at these numbers. These numbers suggest that y'all committing all kind of crazy crimes at an alarming rate. So how you not tired of yourself?
But the show is not about white fatigue.
Exactly. So it's like it's just.
So you see what they're doing? They brought these two chicks on here to talk about black fatigue.
White fatigue. The show is not about white fatigue because they brainwashed you to not even see what white people do is a problem.
They haven't done shit.
Of course they have.
They joined the show, answered the questions, and this nigga is.
I'm saying as a collective, not those people as individuals. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about them on this panel. This dude pulls something. And everybody does it. Every time in one of these conversations, they start talking about the murder rates and how black people is attacking white people all over America and has been for decades. And they say, instead of talking about that, it never gets addressed. It's always they flip it over. Well, white people are doing blah, blah, blah. Now we're talking about white people. And all of a sudden, we're not talking about the problem no more. So that problem never gets addressed. And this is going to happen forever. Every time we go to address our problems, we're going to end up talking about white people and what they do. And our problems will never, ever get addressed. This is going to happen to the end of fucking time.
You have to realize that when you present yourself to an argument, you are a representative of your people. So if you don't want to be pegged like that, stay out of the conversation. That's what
they were invited.
Don't go to the conversation and don't think that somebody ain't gonna pull out some white statistics. You can't go. You trying to get in a conversation about black people, and you trying to express the things that you see black people do. You think that black people is not gonna respond back with what you do? You crazy if you think that.
So they set her up. They invited her to do that.
If you don't want to be evaluated, stay out of the conversation. Let them.
Nah, they didn't jump in the shit. They were invited. They keep missing that. They were invited. So why would you invite them there to set them up to make them like what the fuck is that?
You got to be smart enough to realize that this is a rigged situation. You inviting these people obviously are not smart enough to see that this is a problem to invite them to the conversation in the first place. But those people who went to the conversation and got pulled into an argument that they wasn't ready to have, they should have had the foresight not to get involved in that, even though they were invited. No, get somebody else, because I see where this is going to go. Well, if anything, they should have learned their lesson. So now the next time that they invited by some black people to talk about race, they should learn to not do that. No, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? No.
And watch this. This is what would have happened 100%. If they would have offered Pearl to come there and the other girl and they would have rejected it, these niggas would have said some bullshit, and you know it. They would have said they were scared or some shit and made it seem some type of way that they didn't want to face the music because they know their people, blah, 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 blah. I know how this goes. I've been on YouTube too long, and I hang around these motherfuckers.
And that's exactly why it's gonna go, because if these people they reveal themselves, if they're gonna do that after the fact, okay, so you was trying to set me up. You know, if that's what you do when I decline, then what you gonna do when I accept? You're gonna let me on the show, and you're gonna corner me, act like you're cool, and then corner me and hit me with all these facts about my people and try to make me look bad to be the representative. That's showing you that this is malicious. So that's what I'm saying. If somebody is inviting you, if you're a white person and some black people is inviting you to have a discussion about race, understand it's a fucking trap. Do not engage. Stay away from that shit. They're going to bring you, whether they realize it or not, they're going to bring you into a situation where you're going to have to defend yourself and white people.
Well, Pearl is a content creator, so she knew it was going to be a trap. She went anyway, so she could do content about it. I ain't mad at her. Chick is a hustler.
Well, you can't cry foul if you walked into a trap. If you know it's a trap, then you obviously you was right. You was right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
whew, this shit is hard to do, man. Living in this world is not easy. I fucking hate every fucking dumb motherfucker on this. What the fuck is wrong with everybody?
They've been programmed.
Everybody is so fucking just these books, man. I'm never wrong. Ever. I don't give a fuck who says it, man. Fuck them. I'm not wrong. It's the books. When something happens in front of me,
listen, it's not even that. It's not even that. That may be a.
I ain't wrong. Fuck that. No, sir. Fuck that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the main thing is really people's emotions. They trigger people to respond.
Why your voice got so low?
Hold on. They trigger people to respond to their emotions. You know what I'm saying? So everything is gaslighting, pulling on your heartstrings, getting you riled up, getting you angry. And when you get angry, you can't think straight. So you can read all the kind of books you want. Just like Mike Tyson said, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face. So they punching you in the face every day. And people get angry and they respond with anger, and they forget their training. They forget what they read in that book. They forget that YouTube video. They forget all of that other shit where they got knowledge from, because now they rage baited and they responded with anger. So it's a constant, perpetual thing. Keep stirring this pot. You said it earlier. They keep stirring this pot about racism. Why? Because it's an emotional subject.
They stir this pot about racism because they understand how dumb people are.
Exactly.
Dumb motherfuckers can't think straight when they're angry.
I can think straight when I'm angry. Dickheads lose control when they get emotional. You mean to tell me emotions is going to just completely mask intelligence? Fuck no. That's a dumb person. That's a dummy that can't control himself and can't add 1 + 1. No, two things can go at the same time.
When you normalize
what they're doing is they understand how dumb people are because they test them. They test them with cigarettes. They test them with holidays. They test them with all kinds. They understand that the human race is dumb as a motherfucker.
And that's what I'm saying. When you normalize your own greatness, then it's like you expect people to do something that in most cases they're not capable of doing. I've been saying that shit for years. The real anomaly is you. The real anomaly is the people who can think out the box. The real anomaly are people who despite all of the bullshit that we all grew up on, we all drank the quarter waters and all the other bullshit that they gave us, but somehow we got past that shit and was able to think independently. That's the real anomaly. Because like you said, these motherfuckers, they know your brain, they know your brain better than you know your brain. So me. So with all of I'm saying for people, you know what I'm saying?
People believe that slavery is real.
Hear what I'm saying. Just hear what I'm saying. They understand psychology, how the brain works, all of these different things that the average person don't know. So they're doing things, in most cases, they know is absolute. Like, yeah, we do this, we do that. No doubt they're going to take the bait. So when these things that they put on people that they consider to be absolute, when they don't work, they be baffled like, yo, how the fuck is this person able to think independently? How come they didn't get hooked in the snare with the rest of the people?
That's not going to matter to them. That person will never matter to them because he'll be by himself, and the dickheads is who they need.
It's like if I put, it's like some people if they drink coffee, they're gonna go to the bathroom. So if I learn that these people that drink coffee go to the bathroom, and then I take that and then use that as a blanket mission statement for everybody, then I will find that that's inaccurate because I was operating under this concept that everybody who drinks coffee is going to have to go to the bathroom. But everybody who drinks coffee is not triggered that way. There's a nice percentage of people that are, but it's not everybody. So when you operate under that blanket term or blanket style approach, you could be missing the mark a lot. And that's really what happened when you start thinking that, oh yeah, we just poison these people and we give all of these people these things and we put this shit on TV. All of them is going to all think the same. They all going to have the same triggers. They ain't never going to figure this out. And that's the level of arrogance. You have to be arrogant to even attempt to do that.
Why not be? If you got millions of dumb motherfuckers that are not on your level, you can't be amongst them. They're gonna be a burden on you at some point. They're gonna ruin your life.
But when you put that level of arrogance in there, that means now you slacking. You're not crossing your T's and dotting your I's. It's just like on Rocky when he was like, "Man, you a bum. You a bum, right?" He's like, "I'm the champion." He was like, "You a bum. You don't got the same energy no more. You don't got that same hunger no more. You a bum now." You know what I'm saying? So, and that's how people are. When you get angry, when you get arrogant, you become a bum. You get arrogant and sit on your bum and become inactive because you feel like you don't have to do the same shit that got you to where you are. I'm the champ now. I don't gotta train all day and all night. I don't gotta cross my T's and dot my I's. Can't nobody fuck with me. And your arrogance breeds ignorance. It creates that space like with the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise is like, that motherfucker can't fuck. The hare is like, he can't fuck with me. That slow ass nigga. I can go over here and fuck with some bitches. I'm gonna go over here and take a nap. It don't matter. I can fall off. I can do whatever I want, and I can still go back past and beat this motherfucker. There's no way he can beat me. And that arrogance gave the tortoise that what it needed to close that gap. Yep. While he lunching on me, he thinking I ain't gonna. I'm steady working. So that's what that shows you is that people's arrogance breeds ignorance, and you create the opportunity for your ops or whatever to thwart you because You may be better than them, but if
They don't have to worry about their ops. Their ops are too stupid.
But you
These
can't.
people, the people that are running the show right now are going to continue to run it long after we're dead.
What I'm saying
Because
is
it's simply because it's discussions just like this. Because
anybody can be out. Anybody can be out hustled. That's what I'm saying. You may be better. You may have all the best tools.
got you.
Everybody can be out hustled. So the moment that you stop putting forth maximum effort, the person who put maximum effort forward is going to catch up to you if you keep that up. That's a universal law.
Oh, I gotta hear some more of this bullshit.
Individual cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact worldwide. 60.5% of individual cases involved in criminal abuse were Native American. 85% of individual cases involving statutory rape.
We gotta wrap it up, Ella.
I'm just saying, you get the gist of it because I got information. I'm not about to talk about my behind.
I'll just say the difference.
But it's not about being racist.
Ella.
All right.
I was just
All
saying
you
the
can do is laugh. I ain't lying.
The difference. Yeah, see, that's again.
Pearl, 30 seconds. Pearl, 30 seconds. I get
White people don't get offended by laughing and smiling. That's just basic respect, decorum, politeness.
I'm not offended by it.
Number
Y'all definitely
two-
get offended when you hear
That's actually micro. That's actually
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yo, they are emotionally charged and they won't let this chick get a word out of her mouth, man. She hasn't even begun to even make a point. That feeling, that atmosphere, and that buzz that's in everybody, that's not going to go away, and that is going to be a disease. That has to go away, and it's not going to, and that's going to be a big problem in the future, yo. And they're going to keep doing bullshit. The news is going to keep doing more shit to raise this this level of contention in black people. Like with you got some shit coming up, dog. You got Eric Chauvin is going to be back in court sooner or later, and Austin Metcalf trial, that Carmelo Anthony shit is coming up, and there's other shit going on too. So there's more coming, man. There's going to be more panels like this.
So all
a whole bunch of, and every time a white person goes to open their fucking mouth, these people they have the attitude right now, like, how dare you even talk, bitch? Even if we ask you a question.
Right.
It's sad. It's fun. And this chick has never done shit to anybody.
And that's the thing where
Hold on, let me go back to the video real quick.
Hold on.
Let it go.
Let Pearl get up 30 seconds. And
The
put a
second
bowl
thing is, I think as an adult, you are responsible for your behavior. So I wouldn't blame that on history. I would blame it on your poor life choices if you're somebody that's made a poor life choice. And because I was rudely interrupted, it's okay. I did it too. The attitude. Chill out.
Ella, let her finish so we can go to get the ball. Ella, just mute
Yo, this nigga Illa, man. What the fuck is wrong?
up, Ella.
That's all right. He could go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. And then we get cool in now.
Yeah. You ain't running shit.
Okay, great. Good job. So now I forgot the question. Oh, how do I feel about the word black fatigue? So when I hear it, I just hear literally my entire existence.
Ooh.
It's being the safe light skin that's got to hear, you ain't like them other ones. You don't speak like them other ones. You don't act like them other ones. And I'm just like, that's what I hear when I think about black fatigue. I am tired of them skating by and not taking accountability for the fact that they don't have to know anything about racism, the structure of it, how we have to live our lives going through it. They're not required to know it. So then they're like a bull in a china shop every single day, going through life, just knocking people over at free will whenever they get a chance.
What?
And not having to apologize about it.
The fuck are you talking?
Yet still playing the victim, because don't get mad because I done came in here and knocked all this shit over. You You just got to deal with it. So now you got an attitude, and I'm gonna call out your attitude for something that I created. And I personally call that the white woman syndrome, where they create the problems and then cry about what they did and the reaction to it. But the internalized oppression that Black people have, they hate what they've been told to hate. They buy into the stereotypes that white people said. So that's kind of what has me tired as well. And that is what I think of when I think about Black fatigue. It is having to be responsible for someone else's creation.
Wow.
Like having to pay for something that someone else did. Being responsible your entire existence, generation after generation. That's what I think of.
Wow.
All right, go ahead, Cooley. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
The fancy way to blame history.
I mean,
again.
but like they stretching this term out of whack. It's like a used rubber band. It's like, all right, when you go around the room and asking people what does this mean to you, and you allow people to come up with their own definition of something, of course you're going to have this, because you got some people, like I've been saying, they're not qualified to speak on these things. So if I ask somebody who has schizophrenia to answer that question, they're going to say something crazy. But if we create this concept that there is no wrong answer and everybody has their own view on it, no, everybody's not mentally sound. Everybody is not emotionally sound. Some people is going to respond with their emotions. Some people are going to respond with their delusions. You know what I'm saying? Some people are going to make it a hit piece.
Yeah.
So what you do, what needs to be done is we have things done in uniform. This is what this means.
Yo, do you know that in this video, not one person has talked about Black fatigue yet?
But look, they can weigh in on what are their experiences of this, but what should be done is Black fatigue is this. Have you experienced this? Because it's just like if we talk.
They're not doing that.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the blacks on this panel are not talking about Black fatigue. They asked the chick a question, and then they go into this shit.
Yeah, but
it goes nowhere. This was a waste of fucking time. No one ever talked about. She never got a chance to talk about what's fatiguing her. And watch this.
That's what I'm saying.
She only lasts a few more minutes.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because they went around the room doing that, they allowed this term to mutate into something that's not actually what it is. And you're giving people opportunities to go after people to express their delusions, to express their hatred or their frustration, and that's creating a problem where it becomes a perpetual argument. This might have been done intentionally. It really might have, you know, but it reeks of ineptitude. You know, people don't know what they're doing, but it might have been done as fake ineptitude, where we're gonna create something that's going to be a powder keg conversation and try to make it seem like we had good intentions when we know that this was going to turn into a powder keg.
They turned it into a powder keg, though.
That's what it might have been intentional. That's what
impossible. It's just natural. It's nature. Any black panel you go on with some white people come in, this always turns into this. Always.
But we know people make videos.
It's going to turn into slavery and taxes and the government. It's the same shit over the fuck and over. I want to hear what the next person got to say. I'm so fucking curious right now.
Hear what I'm saying real quick.
Huh?
Hear what I'm saying real quick. We know people make videos for shock value. We know when people get on YouTube.
I got you.
They intend to make something that's going to trigger people to watch. So with that, there's always that possibility that people put that shit together with the intention to cause an argument for ratings.
Every show they do is to spark some type of. That's what the whole men versus women. This all social media. Social media is breeding ground. It's boot camp for dickheads.
It's social engineering.
It's boot camp. Stupid motherfucker.
So I mean, one, I would say the term black fatigue. I remember when I first heard it. This was some years ago. It is a term that was, psyoped by white conservatives, just like the word woke. Black people use that term as far as, oh man, you woke, man. You know about history, you know about Black history, you know about these things. So truthfully, if we're being honest, the term has been psyoped by white conservatives, and it's the far right white conservatives, if we're being truthfully honest. And they have an agenda. The agenda is, but I truly think the agenda is, I think it's a complete psyop, because if it's a thing that black fatigue is real, white fatigue is real, Puerto Rican fatigue is real.
Oh, fuck you. We ain't doing that. We skipping past him. I can't hear that shit no more.
Let's give them another word. Let's just say it's AIPAC, Israel, those type of individuals. I think it was a psyop.
And then real.
Yeah, I want to hear what Pearl got to say. That's what this is about anyway. She said on her show that they gave her more black fatigue on this show.
Life happens.
They did.
And black people see race or care about it in real life. I could give some personal examples.
All right, would anybody like to respond to Cooley or Pearl, anything?
I would say that it's really not a social media thing. White people get fatigued from black people's behavior in real life. I could give some personal examples. For example, I was in an office, it was all white. The one black guy that worked there decided we were in a sales job. Instead of calling the customers, he was going to call fax lines. So it would register as if he was calling people, but there was no one on the other end. Hiring a black person, having them steal from me. My parents live in an all-white neighborhood. A black family moves in. There's a literal murder, swear to God, 2 doors down from where my parents live. So, in my experience, and I think white people really, and you guys aren't going to believe this, but I don't think really white people are taught to see race or care about it or talk.
Chick got her hand up. She don't even want Pearl to finish her emotions have been struck so hard, she don't even want her to finish her statement. She's not even 1 minute in, dog. Look at the clock. The clock has 3:21 on it, and his sister got her hand up already. And let her finish, because
talk about it. But then I know you're not going to believe it, but I'm telling you, we don't care.
Pearl, question for you.
And then I'll finish, and then you can go. And then real life happens, and black people take advantage of white people's kindness, and then that's how we're here.
Hey, Pearl, quick question for you. Do you think that it's like black fatigue and the things that you experience? Do you think that it's something that's unique to white people? Like, do you not think that black people feel a fatigue about whites or other races and things, or do you think that it's specifically you?
I don't give a fuck what happens. They're going to go back to white people.
Unique to black people.
I think white woman fatigue is real. I'd actually agree with you on that. Like Karens, I would totally agree. God, there's a lot of people tired of Karen.
Now look, she flowed with them. They went back to white people, so Pearl flowed along with it. She said, "Yeah, I'll give you that Karen fatigue." So she's even feeding them bullshit to keep the shit smooth. Let's see if they give her some grace.
But no, I would say if black people were that fatigued with white people, every time they get money, they move into our neighborhoods. So I think it's
our neighbor.
What do you think about that, yo?
I don't think nothing about it. It's rage.
We call those people something, yo. We have a name for them.
Listen, it's rage bait and it's intentional. Like, I don't even believe that this is an actual conversation.
I ain't talking about the conversation. I'm talking about when black people move out into the white neighborhoods and they get we got a name for that. What do we call them?
I'm not engaged. That's what I'm saying. I'm not engaged.
I can't hear you.
I'm saying I'm not engaging in that because
all right. I'm gonna let her finish then.
They try to trigger.
1 second. I think it's interesting, right? Like when we talk about black fatigue or white fatigue, whatever that means, the fact that our children in schools now have to do mass shooter drills instead of tornado drills causes me to have white fatigue.
Well, do you know
all right. She said, this is crazy. I can't believe her brain allowed her lips to speak those words. She said, we have to do mass shooting drills, and that gave her white fatigue. You know what's coming next? You know what's coming next? They're gonna go back 20 years to Columbine or last year and concert and all that. But and look, on another show, this chick named Jazz actually said to Pearl,
the way you responded,
that white people do the majority of mass shootings.
The way
And Pearl agreed. That is the dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life.
It's not dumb. You know,
what?
The way that you responded to that, you being dismissive of facts. The facts are that majority of these white people are shooting up schools and shit. So
brother.
So anybody who feels
wait a minute, hold on, whoa. Let me pause this. Hold on. I hit play.
Anybody who feels the same.
Wait. If a handful, stop. If a handful of white people shot up a school historically, like it's happened a few times, right? We know that. Niggas have done mass shootings at schools. Niggas have done thousands of mass shootings at schools.
Like you just started off wrong. It happened. Majority of the time is them doing the shit. That's
wait a minute. Listen to the majority is most. Wait a minute. Hang on. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Yo, we got all night, bro. We got all night.
Well, then, if you got all night,
I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing. Majority is most. Math is what matters, not feelings. White people have done a few mass shootings.
No, you bugging.
Black people have done thousands.
No, you know, see again, you bugging because you try to be fast.
Tell me how. I need to know. Go right to the point, yo. I want to know what's wrong about the math.
Again, you trying to be slick.
I'm not. I'm dead ass. I ain't trying to. Don't say. Wait, stop. Don't say I'm trying to do anything. Don't do that. Make me wrong. I want you to tell me why I'm wrong.
Let me respond because
I'll stop this fucking show, dog.
Because the girl specifically said school drills. They didn't say mass shooting drills for mass shootings that happen all over the community and everywhere else. She specifically said school drills.
We're going to see what she said. She said school drills because of mass shooting. I'm going to play it again. I'm playing it again.
Specifically unique to black people.
I think white woman fatigue is real. I'd actually agree with you on that. Like Karens, I would totally agree. God, there's a lot of people tired of Karens. But no, I would say if black people were that fatigued with white people, every time they get money, they move into our neighborhoods. So I think
it's our neighborhoods.
One second. I think it's interesting, right? Like when we talk about black fatigue or white fatigue, whatever that means, the fact that our children in schools now have to do mass shooter drills instead of tornado drills.
Well, whatever she said. She said mass shooter drills. But she's talking about school. She did say our children. Whoa. God damn. Yo, I can't finish my sentence, dog. Damn. She said mass shooter
I was
drill.
talking, you cut me off and played the
I'm talking about after the, I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not there.
No, go ahead.
Yo, that's great. This is like it's like pulling teeth, man. It's like pulling teeth. Like it's like, yo, I'm trying to respond to this shit. You cut me off and played the video while I was talking, and then tell me that I'm cutting you off.
You got the floor. This topic is bullshit. I ain't never talking about this shit again. Pearl Davis, you fucked up. This is the dumbest shit you ever did.
Causes me to have white fatigue.
Well, do you know the issue?
Damn, let her finish.
Well, there's a.
Hold on,
Let her finish.
The entire structure of how we prep our children in schools, because the majority of them are YT people, that gives me fatigue a little bit, you know? Makes me want to like homeschool.
Okay, the issue with that
stat is that it's true. The issue with that statistic is it's true and it's riling you up and it's making you turn into a tomato.
I'm
Come on down, let me feminine.
Wow.
Be feminine. Okay, but be feminine.
That's
let me
funny.
see it. Let me see that femininity come out of you.
my God.
Okay? Anyways, so the fact that we have had to hide our animals because y'all just love to screw them, right? Like bestiality, y'all take over that, right? Like y'all just be out here with the animals, okay? Like somebody needs to talk to you guys about that. The fact that you guys have had a 400+ year head start and are still the main ones on government assistance. Let's talk about West Virginia.
400 years.
Right? And how that entire state is struggling because they were the only ones on Medicare Plus. So we're not going to sit here and act like the entire country, taxpaying citizens, parents, right, of children who are going to public schools don't have white fatigue about the entire structure of our country having had to change because white people cannot seem to take advantage of this 400-year head start that you guys have been given. I would be fatigued as well. I was watching a video, my personal experience. I was watching a video the other day where there was a group of poor whites standing up, pissed off because there was an immigrant driving a Lexus. They're like, look at him driving a Lexus. He just got here 3 years ago and we are still in our hoopties. Yeah, I would be pissed off too. I would be mad that somehow I've had this much of a head start and yet whenever you see a Black and brown person somehow catch up to you and pass you while your entire family is sharing just one set of dentures, you get pissed off.
Wow.
Like you get pissed off. I understand it. But I just need y'all to relax a little bit and understand that fatigue goes both ways, my love.
She said their entire family was sharing one pair of dentures.
That's why the white girl said our neighborhoods, because they feel like they own affluence. They feel like they own luxury. They feel like they own good decisions.
That's like what she meant by that. That's crazy.
When the girl said, "Oh yeah, people made bad decisions." Let's talk about some bad decisions. Like, all right, like even white like people. a lot of white people is Christians, right? So thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. And if you do that despite being a Christian, that would be a bad decision. So when you lead the list in theft, murder, genocide, and everything that you have to be able to say that y'all need to just go to work came from pillaging the world. Were those bad decisions? Was those bad? Obviously, it was bad for the people who y'all did this shit to, but it benefited you. So therefore, you can hold the gate. You can be the gatekeeper on what is a good decision and what is a bad decision. You know what I'm saying? If somebody is stealing because they don't got food to eat, you consider that to be a bad decision. But when you go to the people's countries and take their food that's natural resources and put electric fences around it and tell them they can't have it or you gonna kill them, you know what I'm saying? Who's that? Who is that a good decision for? So these people move the goalposts on what's good and bad. You know what I'm saying? You can do bad shit to people and then turn around and tell people that you better not do bad like how we did bad to get in a better position. You need to just follow the law and do right. But they wrote the law and broke it before they even wrote it and still continue to break it. You know what I'm saying? And just like the girl said, when they see people who get into a dollar, they feel some type of way. So much so that how many brothers out here that have been locked up simply because some police or some white people hating on you, so didn't like that you got rims, didn't like that you got a Benz. They didn't like these things, so they called the police on you. In the system, the police that came out, they don't like this shit neither. So now these motherfuckers got a hard on to destroy your life simply because they feel like you don't deserve to drive a Benz. You don't deserve to have a Lexus. You should be in the slums. You should be riding the bus. But when I see you out here in my neighborhood, right, quote unquote my neighborhood, and it became your neighborhood because you stole and you killed people who originally live here, well, we don't want to bring that shit up. But you live in my neighborhood, and I feel like you don't deserve to live in my neighborhood. We normalize all of this evil ass mindset.
If we're being honest,
yo, my bad. Go ahead.
No, that's it. We normalize this evil ass mindset.
Yo, but we keep talking about what the fuck they did.
It never got fixed.
This show is about black fatigue, and these motherfuckers have not. They should have put white fatigue in the title. Nobody talked about it. They kept going back to white people. I want to see if somebody else does it.
Too, we have to be honest and truly honest. If we look at the black community, one of the real problems with the black community is the lack of fatherhood in the community. And one can only say when you're tend to think about this, well, why don't they have any fathers in the house? If you look in the 50s, actually, there were more black fathers in the house, where I think that it was more white fathers. I think there was more black fathers in the household than there were more white fathers. Per capita is what I mean. So, like, if you look at things, the side effects of single mothers raising the children, we know that they lead to juvenile delinquents. They lead to a lot of gang violence and a lot of things like that. And if we look at the ideology of things, because I always like to say influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior. So, well, what ideology did the black woman adopt? They adopted the liberal white woman's ideology to be independent of a man. Feminism started from the liberal white woman. They want to be independent from the man. They want to be equal to the man. They want all of the same rights.
Why the fuck did you do it?
That's
because
the
you
truth.
stayed yourself.
Let me say
the fuck would you imitate them for? Are you fucking stupid? God,
opportunities as a man. So if we're being truly honest here, and we're speaking about black fatigue, the reason why y'all white people is upset is because of the ideology that the ideology that came from the white woman that the black woman adopted, and this is why they got rid of the man and married the government and got on SNAP benefits. That's where most of the problems are.
Pearl was talking about crime and other shit. This nigga just made up some whole new shit. See what the next one
from. So I'll land my plane there.
So I'd like to start with the school shooter stat. That's not accurate because on the south side of Chicago, the issue is the way they like capture the stats. There's a lot of school shootings that aren't included because it's like a certain number that has to die. If it's over a certain number, it's not included in the stats. If you go into the south side of Chicago, there's a lot more shootings than like at the white schools in the suburbs. Majority white, obviously there's no rule or anything. Okay, next, I don't think black people are really aware of how unlikable and how much attitude you guys have a lot of the time, even on this panel, pretty intellectual, pretty bad attitude. I don't really have that as much with the white women on my shows, although I am also tired of white liberal women. You have no argument with me on that, except that I still don't really like blaming a group of people's behavior on someone else. You are responsible for your own actions as an adult, but I do agree that white women are annoying. You will gaslight us and pretend that white people have the same issues, but in real life, I've lived in mostly black communities and mostly white communities. And when I was in a white community, there's a lot of issues that I did not see that I did see when I was in a black community. You can get mad and get angry at that, but when I was in the black community, I would see people shoplifting. I never saw that in 20 years of living in a white community. Things like that. So again, you can gaslight.
Well, that there depends on what white community she lives in. She probably lives in a rich white community where there wasn't a whole lot of that shit going on. But if she lived around a trailer park or something, she would have saw white people stealing all the time. So I can understand why she thinks that, because when I lived in Greenwich, Connecticut, I was around a bunch of rich white people, and I never even saw anybody jaywalk. I never saw anybody do anything wrong. But when I lived in Woodland, across the street from the trailer park, those white people over there were crazy. Somebody even got killed over there. So Pearl has, she's suffering from what a lot of suburban whites suffer from. Their mind is going to be in line with their environment, so they're not around the real shit. You see what I'm saying? So when they see a little bit of it, it's going to rub them the wrong way. I mean, I see it every fucking day, Pearl. You saw it a few times. I see it every fucking day.
You go into the store, you see a whole wall of shame. 200-300 niggas pictures on there. Shit happens every fucking day.
Like white people and say it doesn't exist or we're making it up. But at the end of the day, we do believe what we see with our eyes. And the other thing is, you said white women and bestiality or something with dogs. The difference is we don't get triggered. So if you say, you know, white women are here with their dogs, I would agree. So, I mean,
wow. She kept it a buck. That's why I'm fucking with girl, because she keep it real on both sides. She ain't got no problem going at herself. This nigga, this guy Nick Fuentes, you got to be respected. I got one for you. Oh, wait a minute.
Just gaslighting bullshit, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like
It's YouTube.
People disqualify themselves when they try to tell you about what they seen, as if you a motherfucking street monitor and you out here monitoring every person in your community. You know, I didn't see it, therefore it didn't happen. Anybody who thinks like that disqualifies themselves from weighing in on anything, because you think because you didn't see it or you don't know somebody who does this, it don't happen. No, that's not how things work. You know,
that's why I said what I said about her neighborhood. I kind of covered that already.
Anybody who does that is not qualified to speak on these type of subjects. You can't tell me you don't know what every person in the world is doing. You cannot account for every black person on the planet. You can't account for every white person on the planet. So you can't make a behavior exclusive to a race. That's ridiculous. You know, when you do that, you put a huge blind spot on all of that quote unquote white trash you try to disassociate yourself with and try to act like it don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Because those
if she doesn't live around it, she doesn't see it.
Right, but it doesn't matter if you don't live.
You can't hold her to the fire for that. She doesn't live. No, you can't. She'll be going to jail for nothing.
She don't live. She don't live in the black.
That was a trial, bro.
No, she don't live in the black community, but she's speaking on the whole black community. She said
she lived in 2 black communities. She said that.
That's the whole. So that don't give you enough data to weigh in on every black community. She lived in 2
She didn't
black.
say nothing about every black community. That's what the niggas on that panel was doing. They was saying it like they was trying to accuse her of just judging everybody. She said 2 black communities, and she also said she saw it there where she lived. Now you can talk about where she didn't live and all that.
No, she don't have enough data to try
to. She don't. We know that.
She already disqualified herself. She's not qualified to speak on these things.
Well, they asked her to come there. They knew that shit already.
You lived in 2 black neighborhoods. Now you a black people specialist. Get out of here, man. That's ridiculous.
She never claimed. All she did was say what she saw.
You don't know what everybody. But
it's fucked up, man.
But look, she's fully aware of the white trailer trash community. She's fully aware of impoverished white people that steal and do drugs and all the other shit that black people do. But you try to associate these things or bad decisions exclusive to a race, and that is malicious because
she did not do that,
herself. Because deep down her and deep inside her, she knows that that's not realistic. She know if she saw a white motherfucker, skinhead, tattoo looking drug addict motherfucker, she gonna cross your street the same way if it's a black person. You gonna be on guard. This motherfucker might steal.
Probably so.
Lock your doors. Look, she lock her doors at night. She live in a white neighborhood in a nice neighborhood, but you still lock your doors, right?
I'll bet you the amount of money she's telling the truth though. I bet you she didn't see those. I bet she saw a lot of black people stealing. I've seen that.
That means nothing. She's not fucking street watch.
But what about you though? Have you seen a lot of black people steal shit? Because I see a wall of shame in every store I go. I don't steal, so I don't know.
everywhere I look,
I see white motherfuckers on that wall too, though. I gotta keep it 100.
Everywhere I look, I see white theft. I see signs of white theft everywhere. Everywhere. When you look, niggas, take a look around where you at right now. It was some Native Americans living there.
Oh no, I ain't doing that. Fuck that.
Right.
Yo,
we don't want to factor
dude,
in
Nick
that.
Fuentes, yo.
Like, we don't want to factor.
I know what you're talking about, yo. I got you on the whole
that's what
conquering and all that. Yeah, you're right about that.
They murdered people.
No, you're right, yo.
They'll be like, oh.
No, you're right. You're right about that. This is what Nick talking about.
But we talk about black fatigue.
I got you, dog.
That white folks.
You're right about that. You're right about that.
Indians had white fatigue.
Huh?
Indians had white fatigue.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yo, this boy about to talk about back in the day how his grandmother, they lived in a bad neighborhood that had black people and white people in it, right? The black people had themselves together and were loving and had togetherness and family, and the white people in that area were like, oh, you know, fucked up and had broken families and problems and arguments and shit. And he was saying that his family didn't have no situation like black fatigue situation the way they're describing it. They actually admired blacks. That's what he's saying. But now all of a sudden he got black fatigue. This dude kind of young though. He's younger than me though. So you gotta understand, when this motherfucker was born, he might be an 80s baby. Maybe he looks kind of young, maybe a 90s baby. When this nigga came into the world, first thing he saw was like, you know, all the fucking, you know, that long list of bullshit movies and gangster rap and all that. That's the first thing he saw. Can nobody fault this man right here except for the powers that be that put all that shit in front of his brain. And if those things weren't happening, those movies would have never been made. Yeah, they were fucked up for putting it out there to the world, but that shit was happening, man. This was a different world that he was born into from what his grandmother experienced. You know what I'm saying? It was two different things. But this dude right here, racist. Believe that. Openly. Trust me. I am not on his fucking side.
I mean, we can't not factor in what people have done to get in position to even talk down about other people. You know, it's like what you're dealing with is people.
Yo, the man is literally praising us, and you're talking over him.
No, yeah, I'm not talking
He's
about.
He's going to get to his bullshit. You got to listen to how he leads up to it.
I'm not.
You got to dig what he's doing. You know what I mean? You got to let him go.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the subject. When people say, you know, that they have fatigue with the actions of people, right? And it's like, all right, well, you're not trying to understand why these people do what they do. You have
everybody on that panel just said all that.
No, but look, you have some understanding of that because it's like, all right, like people.
This kid is like 35.
I don't know what that is. I'm speaking on the subject. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm just simply saying that if you have people who are living in poverty, they're going to do things to survive. And you know, when you ignore somebody's basic will to survive, and you say like, you know, I'm annoyed with these people because they steal, but if they not stealing your shit, you mad with somebody because they went in the store and stole from Walmart. You don't get no money from Walmart. You don't got no dealings with Walmart. Why are you worried about what the fuck Walmart is getting stolen?
Yo, this cat hasn't even said nothing about none of that.
I'm not talking about him. You keep saying that. I'm not talking about. I don't even know who that person is.
I thought you was going to start say something about something he said. That's why I stopped the video.
That's irrelevant. Then talking about the topic. You know what I'm saying? Like
he's going to get to that. Trust me. And listen, black fatigue. Like when Pearl was talking about that shit, she was talking about more than it's not about just stealing and murder. It's other shit too. They were talking about shit on the internet and all the like they got whole groups on the internet that just attack white people all fucking day long. We're talking about a lot of shit, yo. There's a lot of shit going on, trust me. And it's a lot of shit that Biden and Kamala did when they were in office that built up to white people's black fatigue because it was all propagandized. All the bullshit they were doing to the cartoons and it was a lot of crazy stuff going on, man. Last 4 years was the worst time in history to be white outside of the caves. They fought hell and you know it, yo. They got assaulted and beat up and murdered like never before. Those 4 years was fucking vicious.
When you
hold on, let me get into this dude something because this motherfucker right here is the worst of all.
How you figure you could dump trash somewhere and it was just gonna go away?
I remember when my family used to do that, yo, sitting around holding hands and saying grace. Times were different. It wasn't that long ago either.
But if you throw trash on the ground, it's not gonna go nowhere. You know, if somebody clean it up and then take it to a
Yo, you talking over the video? I can't hear you.
I can't hear no video.
You can't hear it? You can't see it when it's playing? I gotta hold up.
I don't see no video playing either.
What? You don't see the video?
No, I don't see a video. It's just a blank.
That is wild. Hold on, let me see. What about now?
Yeah, I see it now.
What about now?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, all right. You see this one, right?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Just shut up.
Oh shit! Why would he say that? You did say it. Yo, everybody thinks this dude is racist because of what he said about his father, but Pierce Morgan is going to play the clip. He said some fucked up shit, and he shouldn't have. Even if he was joking, he should have worded it differently in these volatile times.
I'm never surprised with these people.
Here's the clip. Oh, this is something else. That's a fucked up joke. Now ain't the time to tell it, though. He said this shit 30 years ago. We might have got some giggles out of us. But today, hell no.
I mean,
hell no.
You guys,
and he said it like today, in today's world, when you say shit like that, you have to follow it up with not all, or you're going to get people. No one has control over their emotions. Not in today's world. No, fuck no. Not in the day when you can get 1 million people to come out in March. No. He fucked up and he knows it.
And them motherfuckers is like drug addicts, man. We're like racism.
Now look.
Is like, racism is like a drug. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not surprised if a smoker pick up a rock off the ground and try to check to see if it's cracked or not. I'm not surprised.
You heard that? Yo, you heard that? Yo, did you hear what he said? Yo, he agreed to that. He doubled down. He didn't duck. Nothing. He said it's all true. Hold on, listen.
Yeah, I can
For real, what the fuck does that mean? That's why people don't like this dude. You see how he made his point. He can make a legitimate point, but you see how that's the little shit that white people do that'll make you call them a cracker. You know what I'm saying? The little
But we shouldn't. If you understand that everybody's emotionally charged and waiting for that open door, why the fuck would you open it?
It's
You can't move like that. This is a tactic. He did this because he know it would bring eyes to him. This guy wants to be the number one villain. You could tell by how he moves. That shit rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. I ain't even on that shit.
Well, maybe people just do what they've been conditioned to do. Maybe they just prone to do that. You know, it's like this idea that something that's been going on since the 1800s that is not a part of society, but we can see it a part of society. But people keep telling us that no, this is not a part of society. This has nothing to do with us and how we perceive people. This is not a part of our social fabric. No, there's just a few bad apples that been perpetuating this behavior for fucking 200 years now.
I don't even understand what you're talking about right now.
That somebody does. But the thing is that is like to think that is not a part of the social fabric of this society is completely ridiculous. When it's been going on for hundreds of years now.
What has been going on for hundreds of years?
Racism, white people being white people, so much so that it's part of their personality. But we keep but they keep trying to tell us, and people keep trying to defend them that it's not a part of their behavior. They're not like that. But everything, and that's why people don't want to look at history.
Are you saying that all white motherfuckers are like this guy right here? There's another white guy on the panel with him that is nothing like him.
That's literally the simple fact that you had to ask me that already tells you that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that. So you know what I'm saying?
What are you leading to then?
But what I'm saying is that we don't see that our society, our culture has a problem. And these people are victims of that. These people didn't wake. These people who say racist things, they didn't invent racism. They're relatively babies in terms of racism. Racism is older than all of these people who commit acts of racism. So how is it not a part of the social fabric of society? And maybe it's something wrong with our society, our social fabric that needs to change. Instead of condemning people who are doing simply what they've been taught. These people didn't invent racism. They've been taught racism. They've been conditioned to say things like this. They've been conditioned to act a certain way. But we keep being told that, oh no, it's just a few bad apples that choose to do these things, and we need to slap their wrists when they do these things. And there's nothing wrong with our society, even though our society is predicated on said behavior. It's like a motherfucker got shitty draws and they trying to tell you they didn't shit on yourself. I can see the shit all up down your leg. How you telling me that this is not a part of the system? This is a part of the system. So if we want to fix this shit, we need to fix the system. The system itself.
No, that's not gonna happen. Ain't nobody they're just gonna cry.
Well, it's gonna keep happening. That's what I'm saying. When we keep
they're just gonna keep mentioning the system. They're not gonna ever do nothing. The problem, listen. The system ain't going nowhere. Nobody ever gonna do nothing about it. You gotta change the nigga. You gotta change the problem on the street. That's where you gotta change it. At the high level in the tall buildings, ain't nobody gonna never storm them buildings and do nothing ever. They're just gonna.
Well, like, see, when you say that shit, like, it don't have to be that.
There's nothing else. You gotta solve the problem, or you'll die.
It don't have to be chaos. It can be a meeting of the minds. It don't have to be that. But but that's the thing where it's like, all right, the end of the day, if you don't, I don't care what your approach is. If you don't deal with the root cause of the problems, the symptoms will persist. And the symptoms are these people who commit these acts, and we just condemn.
We covered that like 20 times in this video.
We condemn the people, and the system keeps rolling and pumping out these kind of people. And so it's like, when do we get condemned fatigue? When do we get tired of condemning people?
The fatigue is never going to matter. Fatigue is just a condition. We've already covered this about 20 times in this video.
Exactly.
No one's ever going to do anything about that. The system, it don't even have to be brought up no more. What happened before or what's happening now? No one's going to ever do anything about that but complain. So the problem still persists. You have to deal with the problem itself because the system doesn't care and it's not going anywhere. And they're never going to lose power, ever.
But see, the fucked up shit is that people, you saying that the problem is the symptoms. And the symptom is not the problem. The symptom is the symptom. The problem is the root cause of the problem.
That's the truth. But the other truth is
you can try to make the symptom the root cause all you want, but
I disagreed. I just agreed.
I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying people, society.
That's people.
Society. We just want to keep trying to tease out these bad actors, but not change the system itself.
I just told you. So what? Wait a minute. We both understand that no one's going to change the system, right?
Well, yeah. The thing is that I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. But see, the thing is that
whoa.
One of the reasons why you saying that is because we keep having the perpetual argument about the shit that doesn't really matter. We're not addressing the root cause of the problem. We're not getting to that.
That's not true. They address it. They addressed it 10 times on that panel. You addressed it 10 times on this panel. What I'm trying to say is no one is going to take any concrete action to do anything about this system. All they're going to do is come on the internet, cry and complain and say, we need to.
But see, what
I'm trying to say is this.
Listen,
no one's ever going to do anything about it. So what's left is this. The problem.
Understand something. That's how you feel. That's not absolute.
That's not a feeling. It's never happened. It didn't happen while my grandmother was here.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You can't predict the future. You said
I see where you're going. All right.
Nowhere in human.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. It might happen later on down the line.
Absolutely. No, you.
All right, I got you. We're on the same page. Yeah, it might, but fuck that.
I can agree with that.
No.
Oh gosh.
There's no way in hell. Where is he getting that shit from? That's why niggas gotta stop Googling shit. Everybody gotta stop Googling stats to try to use against each other. They are liars. Liars. He said it's 1 in 100. That's bullshit too.
Yeah, I mean, it's an asterisk next to it. You know, and
nobody knows the answer to that.
Right. People had to stop using incremental things as absolute. That's just all across the board. Not just with stats, but with anything that you think is absolute. It's a piece of
you don't need no fucking stats, man. Niggas are killers. Period. The fuck you need a stat for? You don't need the news. Well, they might need the news. We don't need it. We don't need no fucking news and no 2 white men on television to tell us that niggas are murderers.
All right, like when you say that, when you say like niggas are killers, what name a species on the planet that doesn't kill?
I don't give a fuck about them species. I'm not a cat and I ain't a white man.
But name one that doesn't kill something.
No, I ain't doing that. Fuck no, because it's a dumbass question. I ain't none of them. I'm talking about my people, and that's the problem I got. And that's the one I want to fix. Them animals, they got to fix them. Lions got to work on lion problems. White people got to work on white people problems. I don't care about none of them.
So, all right.
I worry about mine.
So who is yours? Are you saying everybody?
In my community, where I live at.
So
I
when you
catch the
say
train in the
when you
bus.
say
That's
niggas
where
are
the fuck
killers,
shit is going on. I ain't in the forest. I ain't in the white neighborhood or none of that shit. I worry about where I am.
What people are you talking about specifically when you say niggas are killers? What niggas? Uptown niggas?
Philadelphia niggas.
Yeah,
Niggas that have ruined my whole entire fucking family going back over 50 years. I could dig it with an argument or a debate or any of that, how anybody feels, but fuck that. My family's fucked up. So fuck how everybody else feels. There's a problem and it's old. I got to deal with what's my problem. I don't give a fuck what these two white people talking about. I don't care what's going on in the jungle, Arabic nations, overseas, in the suburbs, nowhere. My family is fucked up. This dude don't know what he's talking about. This dude don't live where I live. He don't have black fatigue.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have black fatigue when you don't live around black people. You know,
it's impossible.
If anything, you got media fatigue. If every time you cut on the TV, and you should question that. Every time, if you don't live around black people, and every time you cut the TV on, and somebody's reporting something to you about black people, you need to step back from the game and say, why is this fucking news? Why are y'all even telling me about these things? Why?
These white motherfuckers are propagandized like these white motherfuckers have no idea how bad shit is. They have no fucking idea, dog. Boys in the Hood and Jerry Springer can't tell it all. That's just bullshit. That'll rub them the wrong way a little bit. They have no fucking clue. No clue. They don't catch the bus with me. They don't know what they're talking about. That little bit of shit that they pissed off, they shouldn't even worry about it. Go on with your life. You all right. You don't live around us.
Yeah, but if you're watching something on TV that's making you develop black fatigue, then why haven't you questioned the media itself? Because the media gave you black fatigue if you don't live around black people. So you have media fatigue that's fixated on perpetuating negative stereotypes about black people. That's what you got.
I'll tell you this much. One thing is absolutely true. If black people stop doing the bullshit that they do, however little amount it is, nobody can say nothing. Nobody can say nothing. There's no one alive that can make that wrong. That's science.
Well, black people need to work together to help each other to make better decisions and to get out of bad predicaments. That's what we need to do because
hopefully our great grandchildren might pull that off.
Because we can't just stop doing shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not reality. Some people, if they don't steal, they don't eat, and they'll starve to death. So we have to fix that problem.
I know a lot of homeless people that steal, and that is what it is. I know some poor people that steal, but when the shit that they're talking about, right? In last month, black fatigue has been on the table, and the shit that they're talking about shit that was set up when these stores did that bullshit where people could come in and take $1,000 worth of shit. There was a lot of people doing it, but the cameras was always on niggas. And that's all everybody saw.
Well,
there was a lot of people doing it, but I'm gonna put that out there first because there was a lot of people doing it, but everybody knows that niggas went crazy. Because niggas were literally coming on Instagram and all over the apps telling people they were going to do the shit, and they were telling everybody else like, "Yo, y'all better go take advantage of this." So everybody was doing it, but it ain't like we weren't. Shit.
Where did the legislation come from? Where did the rule come from?
Democrats.
Who set the terms for that?
Democrats. White niggas people. Everywhere. Black Democrats.
White people did it.
No, fam. Not that time.
Not
on that one they did it.
White people did it.
That was our people. Our leaders in our cities did that.
Listen, first of all, let's be clear. Black people do not run the Democratic Party.
No. See, once you sign up, wait a minute.
Hang on. Once you make a pact with the devil, right? Your skin does not change. You still are what you are. You know that shit is bullshit. And if you sign up for it and go to it, you're against your own fucking people. Ain't no manipulation by the system or nothing. You could have said no, but you ran anyway, campaigned hard as shit to get where you were. That's what
all of that you just said gets away from that. White people run the Democratic Party. White people run the Republican Party. White people run politics.
They run the NBA too, right?
White people
run everything.
Look,
they run everything.
That's the dumb shit right there. We be pointing out all this other shit that they run. No, let's focus on the shit that concerns us. They run the government.
They run the government.
They run the political parties.
They always have, though, right?
So when we clear about that, we know who's doing what. So white people, they set the provisions to allow people to go in and steal X amount of money, hurting those businesses.
Why did we sign up for that?
The people who, what you mean? When you say sign up, who signed up?
All of those black, like this would have never happened without those dozens and dozens of black politicians. Why did those niggas sign up to go against their own people? Knowing we knew the white man was in charge 100 years ago. Why did they do that? Their parents told them everything that we talking about right now. They bought knowledge DVDs when they were younger, 20 years ago. Why did they sign up for that?
Who?
The black politicians that matter of fact, I'll do this.
No, but look, you're making a claim. Like, all right, you saying that these politicians that signed off with these white people, they bought knowledge DVDs when they was kids?
Yo.
You don't know that.
All right, well, you're right. I'm gonna go back to this video. Did he just do it? Did this motherfucker just go back to white people just like that whole black panel did? A lot of white people commit murder. Oh, they conquered the Indians and da, 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 da. Today in 2025, dog, man, get the fuck out of here.
That was a lot of murder, man.
Man, get the fuck out. Today, in the last 50 years, yo, niggas have murdered America. Has spread murder from coast to coast every fucking day, even in the 70s.
White people invented the mass
and white people have too.
They invented the mass shooting. That's a fact. Nobody on this planet was getting shot before.
Nobody on this planet will ever hold a fucking candle to what white people have done. Today is us. What they have done was horrible, and I'm so glad that I was not there for that shit. I'm so fucking glad that I wasn't a slave, dog. Listen, I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it over here on the shit.
We normalize the shit that they do to the point that it's not even an issue.
What the fuck are you talking about? What do we not normalize? No one's ever done that.
These motherfuckers take over whole countries and just
everybody in the world knows it and talks about it.
Name a group of YNs that took over a city.
Yo, fuck no. I ain't answering that dumbass question. Everybody alive knows what white people did. Everyone.
But we talking about the wrong things. People talk about
no, the fuck we're not.
You said now it's us, but no, it's still them. We don't destabilize whole. We don't topple whole governments. We don't.
No, we'll never do that. We'll never do that.
Yeah, we don't do that. So how
nobody's accusing us of that. Nobody's accusing us of that.
But right now, white people is bombing people off the face of the earth. But we normalize that shit But the problem we got problems with.
Who the fuck normalizes that? That's crazy that you say that.
I'm mad at shoplifters and gangbangers, but it's okay for these people to bomb innocent children and
Why
kill
the fuck are you saying that?
70,000 people.
Yo, why the fuck are you saying
Nobody
that?
cares that 70,000
No,
people.
why are you saying that? It is okay. Nobody has ever in the world ever said that. Everybody knows that's evil. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about people saying that they got black fatigue and they don't got evil white people fatigue.
Everybody has. We don't even have to mention crackers no more because the whole world hates them.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Now we gotta mention black. So let's just pivot and just come up with a new boogeyman because we ain't gonna do nothing about this boogeyman. So
Ain't nobody pivoting shit. They came up with this shit.
So let's look for a smaller fish to fry. Let's target
smaller fish to fry. So look, honestly, all the fucking shit white people did, right? The only way we can rectify it is with a time machine. You understand, right? The only way we can fix what white people did is with a time machine. You get that, right?
They tired of what black people did.
Huh?
They tired of whatever black people did, but they ain't tired of that shit. That's the point I'm making.
That's not true. The whole fucking world, everywhere is tired of it.
Why are they not talking about white fatigue? And then
the whole world hates white people for the last 200 years.
And why
everyone talks about this whole planet has always had white fatigue and always talked about it.
Masqueraded as the Democrats, the Republicans, is masqueraded as these little subgroups. It's the Democrats, it's the Republicans.
We know all that already, right?
It's white people.
We know all that already, right?
It's Israel. It's white people.
We know all that already, right?
So we let these different names fool us, but it's the same people, just different logo.
We already know all that, bro. They're not fooling nobody. Everybody knows all that shit. That got nothing to do with this.
No, it has everything to do with this because people been gaslit to talk about people who are not the source of their problems.
Yo,
you can't.
Everybody, you're not listening to nothing I said. Everybody in the world has always addressed this for the last 200 years, and they're going to address it tomorrow morning. Everybody's going to wake up tomorrow and hate white people and talk about the system, this, and white that, and conquer this. Everybody's going to do that. That's not true, bro. Everybody always addressed that. This is one video about one topic.
So why this white lady is talking about Karens and black people, but she's not talking about murder and genocide and theft and all the other shit that white people do. And she's talking about black people need to appreciate the generosity that white people gave them.
Two reasons for that. Number one, you asked a question, bro. You asked me a question. Two reasons for that. Number one, she was talking about black people because that's what that show was about. It was literally in the thumbnail. Black fatigue. Number two, she don't have to talk about white people and conquering because everyone alive is doing that. That's kind of old and dry now. That's old. That shit is so dried up. It's fucking ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense to even talk about that no more.
Why she ain't at the UN trying to stop world hunger or trying to stop wars and shit? Why she not doing that? But
you have to ask her that, bro.
But because she's more concerned with black people.
You know what? I'm going on a panel. No. You said world hunger. I'm writing that down.
Her people murdering people around the world, that's no big deal. But you know what? I got something to say about these black people. That's her. She went out her way to go talk about some black people. But where you at when it's time to talk about the shit that you people do all over the fucking planet? Where's she at for that conversation? If she care about truth and justice and righteousness, you can't tell me.
I really would like to know, but I really wish you wouldn't ask me that dumb shit. Because don't ask me, because I have no fucking idea. I hate them fucking questions.
can't tell.
I don't know. I don't know.
These people can't sit up here and try to virtue signal, weak, pathetic virtue signal, and not try to act like you don't turn a blind eye to injustice. Y'all don't. If you turn in a blind eye to injustice, you can't tell me that you care about righteousness and you care about people following the rules and not breaking the law. You don't care about none of that shit. If you turn a blind eye to injustice and genocide and act like that shit ain't even happening, how the fuck can anybody right now be talking about the fucking black fatigue when right now it's motherfucking kids with their brains missing? Motherfuckers is bombing the fuck out of kids, and even just in this damn country, 80,000 children go missing every fucking year. White, black, all that shit, and y'all motherfuckers is online talking about black fatigue. Give me a fucking break. You don't give a fuck
anybody talking about
these people.
that.
These people don't give a fuck about shit.
You act like nobody's talking about those things.
They're scumbags. All of them is scumbags because they ain't got no smoke for or energy towards anything that matters. That's why.
That's not fair because I guarantee if you ask those people about those things, they would not.
On that panel,
they would hate them.
Because it's homeless people right there in their communities that need somewhere to sleep, something to eat, but they on YouTube talking about black fatigue. Shut your punk ass up if you ain't out here making a difference and trying to help somebody. I got.
Well,
fatigue. I got fatigue for motherfuckers to talk. I got talk fatigue, and motherfuckers is just talking and ain't trying to do shit. They ain't trying to help nobody and fix nothing. They just online talking, trying to make some money.
You don't have talk fatigue as bad as me. I'm ready to shoot motherfuckers in the face that be talking. I hate that shit, and I always did. I hated it in the fucking.
But again, those people not the source of your problem. Not the source of any of our problems. You know, so it's swelling up. We swelling up on the. We that's a malignant problem in our society. We swell
Our
up.
problem is complaining. Niggas don't do shit. They don't go. They attack their own kind. They don't attack the people that put them in the position that they in, that they believe. They just go at each other.
Right.
It's
and
fucking
they're not aware of it. They're not aware of it. They don't see that. They don't see how they doing that.
They all know it. Every nigga breathing in America knows who the fuck is caused what. They know that dumbass fucking story. Everybody knows it. But do you think they're gonna go do something about it? Fuck no. They're gonna come on the internet and say cracker, and we should do this and we should do that, and ain't nobody gonna pick up a gun and do a motherfucking thing. They just gonna run their mouth because that's what bitch ass niggas do since the beginning of time. That's how they were able to become slaves. What? Pussies got on them boats. Real niggas died. And them pussies bred for hundreds of years. That's why motherfuckers complaining. The real niggas was killed.
Yeah, women and
fucking fact.
Yeah, women and children who people who protected them that was murdered. And when them people was murdered, those people, the people doing whatever to them, they can do whatever they want to them because their security is now gone. So you know, a lot of people like to talk about, you know, people who've been held captive, you know, and it's like if somebody got a gun on you, a knife on you, or whatever on you, a lot of people would act a lot different than the shit that they say on YouTube. Oh, they couldn't have did this to me. Or, oh, well, but y'all. Obviously, that's true because motherfuckers, just like you said, nobody's doing nothing now because you just like you know if you jump out and act crazy, the police gonna come and they gonna come with the guns and the SWAT team and the dog and all that shit, and motherfuckers know how to act because they know that these motherfuckers will turn the dial up on you real quick and they take you up out of here. And if you make it, they gonna hit you with all kind of numbers.
It don't matter what they do. If you complain and cry about them after they walk away and you didn't do nothing about it, shut the fuck up. Stop being a bitch ass nigga. You didn't do nothing when they was right there in your fucking face. Don't wait till they walk away and they be like pussy ass police.
But how is it
out of here.
But how is it that people will crash out and go to jail and face the same consequences over somebody who's not the source of their problems, but you won't do it? You won't crash out and go to jail going at the people who's the source of your problems.
No one will ever do that. They're just going to complain and say cracker, cracker, cracker. Nobody's going to do nothing about the source of the problem ever. Tomorrow morning, you're going to hear cracker, 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 whitey, 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 and nobody's going to do shit ever.
You don't know what people are going to do in the future. You don't know what people want to do tomorrow. We can't predict the future.
I'll bet money. I'm taking all bets.
We can speak the probability.
I'll bet on it every year on New Year's. I'll bet whatever. This year, niggas don't do nothing. I'll take that bet every day till the day I die.
But
I could be wrong. I know that. I could be wrong, but I will bet cash on.
But the day that you die, the existence doesn't stop. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
nobody knows none of that fucking poetry either. Nobody knows none of that shit.
Saying that it never happened, saying that even after you've gone, that shit ain't never gonna happen.
Oh no, I just said that I don't know that, and I could be wrong. What I've said is I'm taking all fucking bets every year. We could do it week by week, month by month. I'm going to win. While I'm alive, I'm going to win because ain't nobody gonna do shit. And I can tell because you know what? There ain't even nothing been started yet. Like there isn't even like the beginning of a process yet.
You don't know that.
The process has been complaining. It started with the House of Consciousness, and now it's 20 years old.
You don't know that. The same way that this girl was.
I know. I just said I don't know.
Yeah, but so why are you saying that? You saying the process ain't been started, but you don't know that. You don't know if the process started.
I ain't heard nothing. If there's something going on in the underground, I don't want no parts of it anyway. So
we'll just say you haven't heard it. But unless you monitor every human being on this planet, then you can't say that.
True. That's absolutely true. And I don't even give a fuck. I haven't seen nothing. So if something happens, I'll be wrong. But what I'm saying is I'm taking bets. Week by week, month by month. Anybody that want to smoke, let's put some bread up. I'm saying niggas ain't gonna do nothing and change shit. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. But I'm willing to bet while I'm alive that nobody do nothing.
You should want to be wrong. Why would you want to be right
I
about
don't.
Like that?
I don't. I never said none of that.
You want to be wrong.
Literally never said none of that.
So why would I? So, but to bet somebody is to imply that you want to be right.
No. Probably I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I'm willing to put money up to say I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I ain't hoping for nothing.
I know what you're talking about too, but I'm not willing to put money up on that.
I would. I'll take that bet any day.
Why would I want to win money on something like that?
Because if you look, I could argue with niggas on the internet forever about who's doing what. But my life being compromised in real life, in real time, and I'm 55 years old and don't have much left to live, I really don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. I'm going to live my life accordingly so I don't fall into no more fuck shit. And I'm going to avoid who I got to avoid. I'm not in the mood for dumb shit, dog. Motherfuckers can argue about how they want. Nobody else is compromising my fucking life. Period. Pearl can argue with niggas for another. They can have that dumbass conversation for another 100 fucking years. What's gonna happen in real life?
Well, you know,
protect mine.
Politicians can compromise your life. You know, they can put laws in place that make it hard for you. You know, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying about displacement. Is that, you know, we can say these things, but it's people right now that are come and turn your life inside out. And it's like, oh yeah, but that's different. I'm talking about like a regular person. Like,
those are just hypothetical situations. But what's happened so far?
Because we feel like the only person who we can retaliate against is the regular person. These people, they can stick their thumb in your butt right now, and motherfucker just keep talking like the shit didn't even happen. But if Joe Blow look at you too long, you ready to pull out your gun and fight. But it's like, oh, well, what about when the people put their thumb in your butt? You ain't go back there and try to kill everybody. But they
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Well, for some people, they know exactly what that means.
Who's putting a thumb in somebody? What kind of LGBT fuck shit is that?
When a motherfucker went to jail and they said skip back your dick and lift up your nuts, and they looked in your butthole with a flashlight, you ain't come. And how many niggas say, you know, I'm going back and get them? Ain't nobody gonna do that to me. You know, no, that nigga violated me. He gonna die. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely, motherfuckers is not swelling up and raising up against people who the cause of their problems. But how many motherfuckers been straight up sodomized by prison staff, and nobody got no gripe about that? They ain't got no gripe about that. You mad at somebody else? You willing to knock somebody else's head off? But see, that's displacement. Yeah, I'll knock off anybody else's head except for them people who went in my butt with a flashlight. Yeah,
so what should they do instead of when they have a confrontation with a nigga in the street? What should you do instead of defending yourself? Go back and fuck up somebody that
remember that dude with the
kill
flashlight.
Your senator or something.
You remember that dude with the flashlight? Remember, you ain't swell up on him, so why you swelling up on him?
I feel bad for you if somebody looked up your ass with a flashlight. I did 10 years. That ain't never happened to me. That's what they doing in the county in Philly now, because that's foul.
It's just like remember the shit that people used to say, that nigga so hard. He went back and smacked the doctor. He went back and got the doctor to slap him when he was born. That's fiction.
That's funny as shit, though.
There's plenty of people that's really doing all kind of shit to you, worse than slapping you in the butt when you was born, and you ain't doing nothing.
Listen, if a nigga compromises you, kill him. Because all that shit you just said about what the white man did to us and all of that. Wait a minute, hang on a second. All that shit you just said about what the white man did to us over the years and all of that, everyone black understands that and has that in their mind. They know that. They know who their real enemy is. So, if you in my fucking face and you black and you know all of that and you compromising my motherfucking life and you know that your enemy is not me, motherfucker, you just became my enemy. Because you on his side. If you in my motherfucking face, mean mugging me or doing whatever the fuck you doing, your tough black bullshit, you are on his side. In my fucking eyes, you are him.
Right. So
period. That's what you are. I'm not going back to kill my parole officer. I'm not going back to kill the prosecutor or none of that. You are the motherfucker in front of my face right now here at this time. I'm going to deal with you because you're the problem. My kids are immediately affected by what the fuck you're doing. And if I have the power to stop it, I'm going to stop it. Period.
Look, this same as that person is a representative of the establishment, then treat that person the same way that you treat the establishment and don't do nothing. Because you ain't doing nothing to them. So
Fuck no. You're not compromising my children. You're not. You're not taking shit from me. And if you do, I'm dogging you.
Oh, well, the government takes shit from you. When they take it, they take out
and
money.
They give back too. They give me a check.
They take shit from you when
they're giving millions of niggas check. There's millions of niggas all over America get up in the morning and don't do a motherfucking thing, and the government gives them whatever the fuck they want. Cable, phone, vouchers for food, rent, money, everything. Millions of people. I gotta get up and go to work hard as a motherfucker and go up and down ladders. Ain't no nigga compromising me. Fuck the government.
But they compromise you too. So what I'm saying, what you gonna do when they compromise you? If they raise the price on goods or they make you pay.
I'm going to do what millions of. I'm going to. You know what? Matter of fact. Look, watch. This how you can prove niggas just fucking talking. I lived off the grid and fuck the government my whole fucking life. I just started working. I literally lived what other niggas is talking out they fucking mouth. I lived it. I didn't pay no taxes. Never. I lived off the grid as much as I could. I bought everything I got off of crackheads, dog. I didn't even participate in their system that much. I lived it. Everybody else is fucking talking. That's what separates me from the rest of these woke motherfuckers. They're just yakking. Most of them have never even attacked a white person.
If you spend money, then you was in the system.
Period. I just told you that I did what bitch ass niggas could not, regardless of what I was spending and putting in the system. I didn't do what the fuck they did. Period. That is a fucking fact.
And
that's why I hate niggas who talk. Do something. Do what the fuck I did. Go sucker punch something. Go kill something. Get off the grid. Stop fucking talking. That's why I'm on the grid now. Nobody wants to join me for shit. They just want to fucking talk. I gave up a long time ago. Niggas are niggas. They're going to talk forever, just like they did on that fucking panel.
Who are you talking about? When you what niggas?
90%, 99% of the fucking world is just going to complain. They're going to never do shit. They're going to make videos.
How did you get?
They're not going to move like I did. They ain't going to step in front of no loaded guns and protect nobody they don't know. They're going to do nothing I did. They're just going to run their fucking mouth. I contributed.
So how long did it take?
I gave life to people. I saved lives. I tried hard as I could my whole fucking life to get around this bullshit system. And then the whole time I was doing it, I was helping black people while they were fucking my life up.
Well, how long did it take for you to interact with 99% of the world? How long did that take?
One fucking day. One day.
You talking about people that's living, or the people that died, or the people that yet to be born?
I'm not even going to lie to you. I don't even give a fuck about none of that. I did what I did.
I know you don't. That's why.
Period. I ain't answering no dumbass questions or nothing. I did what I did. I sacrificed my fucking life, 55 years, to hear niggas talk and complain who didn't do shit. All they did was come up with foundations and make fancy ass speeches.
Well,
nothing.
If you gave up, then you didn't sacrifice your life.
I don't give a fuck. I gotta live for me somewhere down the line. I am me at the end of the day. I do have a fucking life. I want to do something for myself. Shit. I at some point I gotta be like, fuck that and do something for me. The fuck? Old ass man, I'm done with that dumb shit. That's a young man's job. Warrior, soldier, that's a young man's job, dog. Not an old man. Not an old fucking man. No, sir. That is a young man's job. But the young men ain't doing shit. They complaining. So fuck them. Fuck them. They doing the same thing Khalid did. Arnetta and all them motherfuckers.
There's people out there that's doing stuff. You just don't know who they are.
Maybe, but ain't enough. So fuck that.
Well, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if it's enough if you don't know who they are.
Doom is doom, dog. That's what I see. I've been here. Ain't nothing got better since I've been here. Everybody is worse. Fuck that. You gonna tell me all of a sudden somehow something? No, not while I'm alive. I'm gonna laugh. Watch all these motherfuckers check out. Oh, black and white, boy. You can never.
So much potential out here. Every day is the opportunity to meet people who have potential, who can be inspired, who can be galvanized. You know, plant the seed. You know,
yo, you can't hear this video? Yo, can you hear the video? All right, hold on, let me push play. Can you hear it now?
No, I can't hear none of the videos. I don't know why that shit ain't working. Selfish? Oh shit.
You can't hear that?
No.
Oh shit. I don't even know. All right, you know what?
I mean, it's cool just play it and you know, just I guess narrate it. You know, let me know what they're saying.
Nah, because it might not even be coming through on the video. I don't know. I was gonna check the phone. Fuck that. All right, I'm gonna stop this shit because I didn't get through this Nick Fuentes video, but I'm coming back to this because this topic is fucking making me mad. This shit is not gonna make anything better. And these white folks that got black fatigue, they need to be cured of that shit. And I think I got the cure because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't have it. All right, it says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Wow, YouTube has been fucking up on everybody's channel. It's like a waste of time if the shit is going to keep happening, man.
I mean, we can just talk about it and talk, and you know, and just relay like what we know about the subject. You know
yeah, we could, but that ain't the way I wanted this to go. And I paid for this fucking shit.
You got everybody's.
That's why I don't fuck with this, yo. That's why I don't make, because I'm not in the mood for dumb shit.
Man, yeah, I know. Live is live.
Woo! I got a fucking job, dog.
Live is live. You know, shit. That's why we gotta get the money. See, like, you know, people get paid. It's people that get paid to do this shit, and they're not even good. They're not even good at it, but they get paid so they can get better at it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I can do this, yo. I don't know how these full-time content creators just put up with this fucking dumb. Well, you know what though? Because there's dumb bullshit everywhere though. I can't. I swear I'm so fucking tired of human beings. And
the majority of people that get good at it, they invest. They already got money and they can invest money into it. But if you start from the bottom, it's more difficult.
When my alarm goes off tomorrow morning, it's gonna be a whole new set, a brand new set of bullshit I gotta deal with.
I gotta work too.
It is what the fuck it is. All right, let me play this outro and get the fuck out of here. Black Fatigue Part 2 coming up.
Dragon.
You're a dragon.
Listen. Listen.
Dragon.
You're a dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Dragon.
You woken the dragon. There was Giscard and Valryon,
Listen.
Dragon.
Vernifrex, Essovius,
Listen.
Arcanine, Raxis,
Dragon.
Listen.
Vega,
Dragon.
and Valerian.
Can't we get along? No, nobody gets along. Everybody sucks.
Dragon.
Not blacks and whites. Every fucking body. I hate everybody and everything about every fucking body.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon. Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Dragon.
You woken the dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Listen.
Dragon.
Thousand blades.